Oh boy, God, did everything just blow up all at once tonight? Hi folks! Yeah, so we're playing the Play Novel game, and then we're gonna do Silent Hill 2. I have no idea how long this will take though, so if this takes 4 hours, then we'll be doing this for 4 hours. If this takes 2 hours, then we'll do 2 hours of Silent Hill 2. But how's it going, House? How's it going, Tuff? And Snake! Thank you so much for the resub. 5 months! Let's do this all over again. Oh yeah, baby. How you guys doing? What's the Play Novel game? Some kind of cell phone game? It certainly looks like it, right? This is a Game Boy Advanced game, which only released in Japan. So this is actually going to be all in Japanese, but this is the trickery I had to do. I have 2 computers running. This way I never have to click off the screen. So we're emulating the Game Boy Advanced version, and then we've got a fan-translated one on a different machine that I'm going to read off of. I'm going to advance through them at the same time. But the reason why we're not just playing the fan translation is because they auto-solve all the puzzles. That's lame. I want to, I want to get as authentic of the experience as I can. The mustache is on point tonight. Why, thank you. Going good here? Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. Doing well, Chris. My options tonight were watching you or playing the Avengers game. Seems like a better use of my time. Aw, my dude. Well, you can do both. That's often how I enjoy my Twitch time. But, maybe that's just me and my neurotic way of wanting to constantly multitask everything. But yeah, so this is basically a novelization in a choose your own adventure-esque style version of the first game is sort of the idea here. So I don't know what the trading card game is, but we're not gonna worry about that. Actually, I don't even know what the mobile thing is. Oh, I guess it kept the save file from me testing this out. See, for me, pretty much always multitasking. Yeah, right? I feel like it's hard not to nowadays. Too. Hey, what's up, Josh Cena? All right, I guess we'll do file number 3. So we're starting with Harry. So there's multiple stories here too. So we get to go down multiple characters, which is not something we got to experience out of the last game. Hey, good for you, Josh Cena. It's been a while since I have taken a vacation. I am driving my Jeep, heading toward the quiet resort town of Silent Hill. The sound of the engine reverberates in the darkness. Due to some slight car trouble earlier, it has become this late. Also, since it's a fan translation, I'm sure it's not perfect. I am Harry Mason. I am a run-of-the-mill writer. Oh, he's a writer. Did not know that. Her eyes closed, Cheryl sleeps peacefully in the passenger seat. Cheryl is my daughter. She is cheerful and lively, and the occasional carefree smiles she shows me make me feel happy. I don't have very many relationships with people because of what I do for a living, so Cheryl's existence has become irreplaceable to me. Cheryl was very much looking forward to this trip. Although paved, this is still very much a mountain road. At this hour, there's little reason for any other drivers to be about. I push in the accelerator. There is no light off the darkness. I can depend only on my headlights. Would you like some duct tape to fix all the braking stuff, Chris? Please. So okay. Before we get too crazy now, as we get into, oh, that's the wrong one. I also have 2 keyboards and 2 mice, so I'm like, I'm all over the place. So basically, what happened was I was getting set up. Of course, I started setting up a little too late, as is typical Chris. I had everything ready to go, like literally about to press live, and then I had a power surge that knocked out everything. So I had to reboot up both machines, get everything connected again. I lost all the stream layout stuff that I had set up, so I had to reset all that stuff up. And then Streamlabs wouldn't connect to Twitch. I was like, why is this happening? I don't understand. We in it, boys. What's up, Felix? How you doing, buddy? Cheryl is back. Any idea where this falls in the Silent Hill timeline? This is... you know, honestly, I don't know. I assume it's the first one, because this is a novelization of the first game, and I'm just assuming the first game is the first in the, like, in-game timeline, but I don't actually know that. Because I don't know anything about this franchise, really, other than the first game now. Gaff tape, don't leave junk in your equipment. Ah, my dude, gaff tape, that's the good stuff. I think it's a retelling of the events of Silent Hill 1. Yep, exactly. And I'm sure it'll be a little bit different, but... Got food, snacks, soda. Oh yeah, we're stocked. I hope you have a good time, Josh Cena. Okay, anyway, back in it. Light reflects off the rear view mirror. It's a motorcycle. There's a motorcycle headed toward the same destination as we are at terrific speed at this late hour. With the roar of the motorcycle effortlessly passes by the side of my Jeep. The seal of the police. Perhaps there has been an accident or something. I don't recall hearing about an accident or anything on the radio. Reminded me of gaff tape from my photographer coworker. Oh man, I've been using gaff tape since the high school days. We used it in stage crew stuff oftentimes, and I use it at work sometimes because there's just cables all over the place, especially when we were doing VR stuff. Cheryl is sleeping. A child should not be awake at this hour. I wonder if she's dreaming about something. Tomorrow, I have planned to take her to the amusement park. Maybe she's dreaming about riding the merry-go-round. You look real happy there, Harry. I glance over at Cheryl's sleeping face, then return my eyes forward. The lighted area of the road almost appears to be flashed out from the darkness as it moves toward me. Huh? Something enters my field of view. It's the motorcycle from just before. It's lying on the shoulder of the road. No doubt about it, it's the same motorcycle that just passed me. There's no sign of the driver. It looks like the driver smashed into the surface of the rocks by the side of the road while trying to avoid some kind of obstacle, and thus that part of the motorcycle has been destroyed. It's not cheap, but it's good stuff. It really is, right? I carefully check the way in which the vehicle is headed. However, I don't see anything that could be an obstacle to advance in the area illuminated by the headlights. A strange atmosphere creeps in around me. The radio reception begins to become erratic. Perhaps I should turn back? But my foot persistently pushes down on the accelerator with no intention of letting off. You can no longer turn back now. Something murmurs within me. Please increase your speed some more. Someone murmurs within me. Ooh. House of the Dead. Ooh, those are good games. Cheryl's eyes are closed. She is dreaming. I know that I should be awake. But what is this uneasy feeling? I feel as if my body is not totally on my own. It's like some strange being that is not me, is controlling me, like I am floating. My eyelids are heavy. As the steering wheel leaves my hand, it creates the illusion of setting the course on its own. Freezing cold, uneasiness. Almost like being ready to fall asleep, I am just barely conscious, and now at my limit to maintain even that. Ah! When I saw the human figure on the road, I cut the wheel hard, and then there was nowhere else for my Jeep and I to go, but down into the darkness below the cliff. Oh! So that is such a good arcade style shooter, right? Much love for 1 and 2. Oh, it's so good. Hey, what's up, Skip? How's it going? Sorry I messed up my schedule and I forgot to update it on Twitch. And I only updated it on Google Calendar like a dumb idiot. I can't read Japanese. So what's actually happening is I have a second computer running the English translation. So it being a fan translation, I have no idea how good it is, but hey, as long as it's good enough, that's all that really matters. I wish I could read Japanese. I'm going to Japan next year. I should be studying up, but Jen can read a little bit. So anytime I see like hiragana or katakana, I'm like, Jen, please, what does this say? The silence pierces my ears. As the wind blew, it was accompanied by piercing cold. Where am I? I can feel light faintly passing through my eyelids. I don't seem to be hurt. That much is clear to me because I don't feel any pain in my body. No. Perhaps I've suffered an injury that doesn't cause any pain? I slowly try opening my heavy eyelids. Out of season, snow is pouring into town. Other than the sound of droplets of ice hitting the ground, there's nothing else to be heard. Silent Hill. That is what assuredly is written on the sign outside of by the side of the road. Without realizing it, Cheryl and I have reached our destination. All my memories up to that point are gone. The wind is blowing in. When I take a look next to me, I'm shocked. The passenger door has been left open. Cheryl is nowhere to be seen. Silent Hill. This town, which should just be a resort area, appears to have become just a ghost town for some reason. Or maybe it was waiting for us to arrive. Or perhaps the town just nestled up to us. So, whoops. So Cheryl is not here. While I was knocked out, Cheryl opened the passenger door and stepped out alone into this tourist spot that is ruled by an unsettling silence. Then she left me to head somewhere. The only Japanese you need to know is Kage Bunshin Jutsu. I don't actually know that reference. Could be Michael Myers. Nice, have fun with that. I tightly closed my jacket around my neck and set off on foot in search of Cheryl. I wonder what in the world happened here. Nothing makes any sense. The silence, the out-of-season snow, and the strangest of all, the entire town is wrapped in a thick fog. So now we have our first choice. So Cheryl's destination is, or there is no one in the town. Well, we're hunting down Cheryl, so I'm assuming we want to just follow her. Or guess where she would go, I suppose. I begin to run. Only the sound of my footsteps echo in the surroundings. Just where in the world has Cheryl gone? Did someone lead her away? Various concerns run through my mind. I suddenly get the feeling that I heard footsteps other than my own, so I stop moving right away to check it out. Through the thick fog, I can see a figure that is about the size of a child. Cheryl? Without a thought, I cry out. The figure doesn't move at all. It's a Naruto reference, because I could be a weeb trash like that. I've never actually seen or read Naruto, believe it or not. I mean, I'm a total weeb too, but my weeb card is, maybe should be revoked because of some of the stuff that I've missed. So is this just providing more context for the story of the first game? Kind of. It's a novelization of it, but like in a choose your own adventure style. So I'm not really sure where it'll totally differ, but I do know we get to play as other characters. So there's multiple narratives here so we will definitely get to see sides that we wouldn't normally get to see. Yeah, definitely some expanded ideas. At the moment I begin to move slowly toward the figure, it starts to run. I fiercely chase after the figure. That's definitely Cheryl. Even though it is faint, I would not mistake someone else for Cheryl. However, no matter how much I run, I cannot catch up. Instead, the figure is gradually getting farther away from me. The figure puts on speed as if gliding through the air. The figure appears to be absorbed by the fog as it begins to disappear. In order to not lose it, I run with all my strength while keeping my vision centered on the figure. I then notice that I've come to an alley surrounded by buildings. This is where it starts getting good. So in a novel-style game, it's just a read and select choices, but no real gameplay. Well, there are puzzles. Other than that, I actually don't know. I only poked ahead so much. I know in some of the later mobile games, they had like the one mobile game. I had to scratch one of the mobile games, the first mobile game off our checklist of games, because it is so impossible to find that the only version that I could get my hands on was it was a version that had been tossed around in some obscure Russian forums that had then been translated to English from Russian, from Japanese, and then wound up in the forum that I was poking around, and it doesn't work. It crashes like almost immediately. And I and other people have apparently been looking for old copies of it for a long time. So if anyone else knows where the first mobile Silent Hill game is, definitely let me know, because it's not Orphan that everyone thinks. There's another one that only released in Japan. Obscure Russian forums sound totally safe. I definitely downloaded some stuff that I'm very nervous that put a virus on my computer, but I ran a virus checker a couple times and so far I'm good. Maybe that's why my computer blew up today. Because your REAP card isn't revoked, you just have some points on it, like a driver's license. Hey, I'll take that, I'll take that. Oh, but anyway, the point of me bringing it up is that had like RPG mechanics to it. I think it was pretty light, but you could like collect items. There were like turn-based battles, kind of. And I'm sure there'll be something with monsters here too, but I have no idea. I don't know how, but it is likely like a cover was placed over the sky, which had provided light until now, and the area has become engulfed in darkness. From the darkness, I can hear multiple footsteps coming this way. Okay, so we have, I don't know who it is, I will take a look, or I'm going to get out of here. I mean, we know from the first game that we're supposed to look and we die, get out if you don't have a weapon. I mean, we could try and just see what happens. Because we definitely don't have a weapon yet. Alright, let's see. We might just die anyway, honestly. I think we're making good progress. Oh yeah, what's up, Mr. Von Fluffikins? How you doing, buddy? I've got to get away. But I can't go back the way I came, because that eerie presence is back there. So I move further in. I can only move gradually through the narrowing, pitch-black alley by feeling around with my hands. But I only end up reaching a dead end. Metal fences surround the area, and they are so high that I don't think I can climb over them. They are coming from behind. I stood ready. What are they? With beast-like rage, they have closed in right to where I am. Ah. And then my vitality is sucked away by those strangely shaped monsters until I finally lose consciousness. Oh, there they are. Ooh. Sybil Bennett. Oh, wait. Oh, did this just break? Let me see. Might be like a loading error with this. Or at least with the English one. It's also why I'm kind of glad that I am playing the actual like game files, because I'm sure with fan-made localizations sometimes they're not as stable. I've been seeing people with pre-release copies of Splunky too, and I'm getting uber hyped. Oh yes. Oh, I guess Sybil Bennett. Okay. She is a full-time police officer working in the neighboring town of Brahms. There's no one else. Okay, or maybe... I wonder if this just, like, skipped a chunk. Okay, let me see. What happens if I choose the other option? I guess we could, like, save state on the... Oops, where'd my mouse go? On this, too, if we really want to. Maybe this will be our chance to save Sybil. I know! That's what I'm hoping for! Oh, yeah. I think, the fan-made translation just kind of broke with option B. I don't think they expected people to choose that one. Oh, no, okay, it's just skipping a bunch. I have no idea. She's a full-time police officer working in the neighboring town of Brahms. There was no one else in the cafe other than her and Harry. She took a seat at the counter and waited for Harry to awaken. Okay, and that's when Harry jumped up. Okay, so I just misunderstood. I suddenly awoke. So I guess that was like not Harry's... I guess that was Harry's... I guess this is like a Harry retrospectively, like, thinking back on this. That's weird. That's a little confusing. Why learn anything else when you can either use that or talk? Oh boy. Where is this place? Why am I here? Was I brought here by someone? There was no boundary between dream and reality, just confusion. As I lay on the bench seat in the cafe, my eyes slowly begin to focus. The woman sitting at the counter stands and folds her arms. She walks over and looks down at me. Okay, now we're caught up properly. She's wearing a police uniform. The woman smiles a little bit as she appears to be relieved that I have regained consciousness. Looks that you have come around. Who are you? I try talking to the unfamiliar woman. I'm Sybil Bennett. I'm here because of all the communication with this town suddenly went dead, so I came to investigate. I'm Harry Mason. I brought my daughter to this town for some sightseeing. But on the way, there was an accident and I lost consciousness. Oh yeah, Sybil, you haven't seen a little girl in this town, have you? This was released on the Game Boy Advanced. Of all systems. A little girl. No, I haven't seen her. When I came to after the accident, my daughter was nowhere to be seen. The passenger door was open and she was gone. Cheryl, sorry, my daughter's name is Cheryl. She is a timid person, so it is hard to imagine that she headed out into this weird town alone. Plus, I was there in the driver's seat. Since she gave me no warning, it just doesn't make sense. Are you familiar with this area? There's no sign of anyone, and what is going on with the snow at this time of the year? Just what in the world happened to this town? I said all of this while breathing deeply. I'm afraid I don't know either. I still haven't seen anyone other than you. It's not like the town is as silent as a graveyard, left without even the means to contact any neighboring towns. I see. I know, right? It is pretty weird. You also had an accident, right? I thought it was a good idea to head to the police station in this town alone on my motorcycle, but I guess I was going a little too fast. A girl suddenly jumped out onto the road. I'm pretty sure it was a girl. I almost hit her. I cut the handlebars hard in order to avoid her. After that, I can barely remember anything. When I came to, I was lying in the street in front of this cafe. So naturally I came in here to get out of the snow. And then I found you sleeping there. I was having some kind of terrible dream. As for if I made it here on my own, I don't remember at all. Just what in the world has happened to this town? What is going on with everything? Well, the situation is definitely strange. I will head back to Brahms for reinforcements and then return here. How about you? Sybil stood and fixed her collar with resolute fortitude. I've got to look for Cheryl. There's no way I can just leave her here alone. Oh boy, I guess I was farther behind than I realized. I see. Well, I'll give you this then. You never know what might happen under these circumstances. If you feel threatened, then pull the trigger without hesitating. Okay, so now we get the choice of thanks, I hope I don't have to use it, and thank you, but I'm no good with guns. Cheryl always causing trouble. I know, I like how it's like, did Cheryl jump out in front of her? I don't know, I guess so. I mean, I feel like the obvious answer is A, right? Like, keep that gun, of course, right? Like, we know what's gonna happen. Why would we ever pass this up? Having never handled a gun before, I am surprised by how heavy it is. But will you be all right? I'm not like the average girls around here. I have undergone proper training. A is the canon answer. Yeah, that was pretty much my thought too. Sybil placed her hand on the exit door, but then she turns and faces me again. Harry, don't go shooting me by mistake or anything. I haven't had any training on how to stop bullets. She smiled after saying this, then disappeared into the thick fog. Oh boy. What is the average girl like around here? Apparently not existent or a monster is my guess. After being left alone in the cafe, I gazed at the handgun Sybil gave me for a little while. And then I thought about Cheryl, who had disappeared in this town. The figure I saw in the fog, that was definitely Cheryl. But she didn't answer my calls, and she was quite possibly moving away from me. I don't understand. I am getting a bit mixed up. Still, the only thing I know for sure is that Cheryl has vanished in this town. All I can do is look for her. I may not have any knowledge on the surroundings or any clues, but I won't find Cheryl if I stay here. I stood up energetically and placed my hand on the cafe door. Something is making noise. Okay, so we have, it's somewhere inside the cafe, or it's somewhere outside the cafe. Well, we know which one it is. So it's somewhere inside the cafe. I look around the cafe. I walk in the direction the noise is coming from, and then I pick up the source of the noise. Radio. At that moment, the window glass shattered with a thunder and a giant bird-like creature flew into the cafe. No, it's not a bird. It is a creature with reddish-brown skin that looks as if it has been burned. In its belligerent, pale green eyes, it is clear that my life is in danger. Well, we can hide underneath the table, we can ready the handgun in my inexperienced hands, and run outside the cafe. Roll for initiative! Getcha! I mean, there's the obvious choice of you're never going to get experienced with the handgun unless you use it, Harry, so Let's do that, shall we? So I'm choosing B. Damn. I firmly held the handgun that I just received, quickly pointed it at the creature, and pulled the trigger. I'm not used to using guns, so some of my shots hit the ceiling. Okay, its vulnerable spot is its body, or aiming at the wing will bring it down. I think hiding under the table seems like a bad idea. I know, right? It's just gonna find us. It's not like we're hidden. I think I'm gonna say its vulnerable spot is its body, because that's probably an easier target to hit for someone who's inexperienced, right? That's it. I must set my aim. Its body. When it spreads its wings at that moment, when its body is undefended, I will. It swings its large arm-like wing down at me, and using that weapon, it just misses my neck. This is my chance. The target is its body. Mumbling, I tell myself that. However, I can't fix my aim very well. My hands are shaking. Got him. So the interesting thing that I've noticed too on the translated version on the other screen is a lot of the like visual effects aren't showing up, like the blood splatter particles, or I guess it's really just a sprite. Go for the kill shot. Oh yeah. As my third shot pierces it, it finally lost its life force and fell to the floor like a rag. What the hell? This is not a dream. What's happening to this place? Only the sound of my fist hitting the table echoes in the cafe. At my feet, the warm corpse of the creature lies in the center of a pool of oddly colored liquid. After leaving the cafe, I decided to first head toward that alley from before. Oh, yeah, there we go. Black figures fly about in the heavens as if searching for prey. I then come to realize a constant. The static on the radio changes based on their movements. The closer the monsters come to me, the louder the static gets. My sight is hindered by the fog, and on top of that, the weather is so bad that snow is falling. So this is extremely important information. I run through the snow that appears to have no intention of stopping. Increasing my speed each time the static comes in on the radio, I proceed to the fog, through the fog. Following the thin thread of my memory, I finally arrive at the alley from before. The evil atmosphere has dissipated and light pours in along with snow from in between the buildings. I move into the alley and it dead ends after a bit. At the end of the alley, I see a familiar sketchbook that appears to have been thrown away. The likeness of me that Cheryl drew on this cover, or the likeness of me that Cheryl drew is on the cover of the sketchbook. This is definitely Cheryl's. I try opening it. Inside the following is written in red ink. To school. Along Levin Street, I slip through the back door of a house that has a doghouse, and then I head for the school. The surroundings gradually fill with darkness, and only the flashlight on my chest illuminates the strange street. I pass through the entrance of the elementary school grounds. When I open the door that leads into the school building, I see even more darkness is waiting for me inside. Is it possible that Cheryl scribbled those letters to school? I can't be sure whether Cheryl is here or not. It's just that I haven't a clue other than that sketchbook. A guide map of the school has been tacked onto the side wall of the entrance with rusted thumbtack. After removing the map from the wall, I place it in my pocket and push open the heavy door that leads into the interior of the school building. Oh, they really abridged that whole sequence, no finding keys or anything. I know, right? Yeah, I'm a little surprised too. But I guess they were just like, it doesn't narratively read super interesting, so... I bet that's why they added the other, like, narrative paths for other characters. is because they were like, well, we won't have enough game otherwise. My footsteps and the creaking of the hallway, they sound like screams as their reverberations rock my eardrums. I have been walking around carefully, step by step, but without realizing it, I had begun to run. There is no sign of anyone. The silent innards of the school building are dark, and only with the flashlight on my chest it is impossible for me to see any of the details. Cheryl doesn't have a flashlight, so if she came in here and got lost, then she probably wouldn't even be able to walk around. Since I have my flashlight turned on, she should be able to notice me easily. At least, I have that modest hope. I then notice that I have come to the entrance of the music room. I place my hand on the heavy door. I remember this room. When I open the door, I see the inside of the room is large and there's a grand piano placed in its center. I sit in the chair of the piano. I am shocked. The seat is still warm, as if someone had been sitting there just a few moments before. Cheryl's smile runs through the back of my mind. Cheryl often played the cheap upright piano in our home. It had become nice background music when I was working. Perhaps Cheryl had come to the music room. I gently open the cover of the piano keys. I notice that there is red mixed in among the black and white. I try touching the liquid. It is a lukewarm feel. It is still holding heat. It is definitely blood. My heart pounds in my chest like an alarm bell. That large amount of blood spilled on the piano. If this is Cheryl's blood, then she may no longer be alive. I wipe the stain off my hands onto my jeans, stand and leave the music room. No, but you gotta solve the puzzle, Harry! Surprised you haven't found a first aid spray or a green herb yet? No kidding! That means I'm doomed. At the same time I closed the door, I thought I heard someone scream. Maybe it was just my imagination. I walk down the hallway. The sleety mixture of snow pounds hard against the windows facing the courtyard. I take a look through the window at the dark courtyard. The not-so-large courtyard is dotted with areas in which withered plants are growing. In addition to that, an old clock tower is faintly visible. From here, I cannot determine what time the clock is pointing to. Wait, something appears to be wriggling about in the darkness. An animal? No, it's dark and I can't see so well, but it is slowly moving on two legs. It appears to be searching for prey. At that moment, the radio I had clipped to my chest suddenly began making noise. As I return my sight to the hallway, a sharp pain runs through my thigh. When I look down, I see that the tips of those long claws are piercing my thigh. Those oddly shaped monsters. They're posed like they want to hug me and have gathered around my waist. They are about to bite me. I instantly pushed the monster away with my hands or readied the handgun and fired. Oh gosh. I mean, I feel like let's push him away first, because otherwise he's just gonna keep biting us, right? Alright, we're choosing it. With my right hand, I push on its head, part with force, and knock it away. It then totters and falls down on its face. That was when I noticed that I had been completely surrounded by those monsters. I feel like I made the right call. I ready the gun. I fix my aim on the heads and pull the trigger with trembling index finger. I continue to shoot as each one of them appears. The smoke from the gunpowder began to fill the air around me, so I placed one hand over my mouth. Did we die? Even after the noise from the radio had stopped, I could only stand there, paralyzed in utter amazement among the corpses. Is Cheryl all right? She shouldn't have been carrying anything that could have been used as a weapon. I begin running. I can't just stand around. There is not a moment to lose. Cheryl is waiting for me. Wait a minute. Suddenly, my vision became hazy or something, and I rubbed my eyes. When I look back, I see that all the bodies of the monsters have unexpectedly vanished. What? Was I hallucinating or something? I pull the guide map out of my inner pocket and shine the flashlight on it. I then confirmed that there is a boiler room located in the basement. My feet naturally begin to take me there. Oh boy. I descend the stairs to the basement, taking one step at a time. A school building without light. As I move forward, I'm beset on all sides by absolute darkness. As I head towards new fear and new enemies, my feet have no intention of stopping their advance. But oddly enough, I don't have a sense of justice. I just want to make sure that Cheryl is safe, to catch her in my arms. That is my only goal. The boiler's not running. If I simply press the switch in front of me, then this eerie machine should begin operating. However, I just stand still. I try pushing the switch, but the boiler doesn't do anything at all. So I try opening the switchboard cover below the switch. It appears that I must somehow supply power from the main power supply to the boiler. The power supply is on the right. From the left of the switchboard, a thick pipe extends out and is connected to the boiler. Okay. So I'm not going to look at this puzzle that's auto-solving on my other screen, but this is our first legit puzzle. So, I mean, I guess what we probably have to do is just connect these, right? Do I just... Do I just need to connect one path? Does it really matter? Oh, maybe there's a... I have to do it in the shortest path? Okay. Yeah, this is a new puzzle. Got it. I haven't... Okay, there we go. I have an instinctive feeling that by pushing this switch that something outrageous may happen. Although at the same time I also notice my daughter Cheryl's scream run through my heart like a sense of duty that makes me feel that I must push the switch. I slowly push the switch in. The entire school building shudders as if it were a giant ship. The entire elementary school building appears as if it has been swallowed by Cheryl's heart. As she stands alone in the darkness, I understand that I must do something. To the courtyard. The darkness softly whispers to me, "Oh." The clock tower looks to be about tall enough to reach the third floor of the school. At its base there was a small door about big enough for an adult to enter while bent down. The door solemnly opened. Wow, we didn't have to explore the school at all. Well, I guess not in the like non-Dark World version. After opening the door, it seems to beckon the one standing in front of it to enter with an irresistible mental energy. I cannot resist that power. As I enter, the door closes with a hopeless thunder. What's up, Felix? What's up, Felix? Tell me what? I don't know either, buddy. Oh boy. Maybe a little something something? You gotta get a little something. Inside the clock tower, a physiologically loathsome stench hung in the air. However, the smile of my beloved daughter in my heart lessens my uneasiness and lets me forget my fear, even for only a moment. Maybe something weavy. Oh my. Yeah, I see it now. I was like, what kind of shenanigans are you up to, Felix? Foxen, thank you so much for the raid. How's it going, friendo? I saw you were streaming. I was really sad that I wasn't able to watch it. Hey-oh, what were you playing here? Let's answering. What's up, buddy? How you doing? I did not even tell her to. Ah, this charming heckin' person. Foxen. Whoop. In a boxen. I'm typing real weird. Foxen in a boxen is a true hero of time. They've been saving the timeline of the Yakuza 0 universe. That's right. I should have known better. I think I saw that it was Yakuza and then I just swiftly forgot. Hey, what's up, Kodab? You brought friendos. Welcome on in, everyone. The whole hostess club. I just realized I'm like floating. Whoa, that's not what I meant to do. There we go. But welcome on in, folks. If you've never been here before, Hembos and hostesses. Oh, gosh. We do Chrono streams. We're playing through every single gosh darn Silent Hill game ever made. And right now we're playing a weird one. This is the Game Boy Advanced like novelization of the first game. It's real weird. What happened? We finished Hibiki-chan. I don't even know what that means because I haven't played any Yakuza yet. And Majima messed it all up. God damn it, Majima. We're at number 2. Yeah, we beat the first game. It wasn't super long, but we decided not to do hard mode because it's the same game, just harder. Although hard mode does have the joke ending, which we could always do. I mean, hey, if I ever lose my job, which could happen in 16 days for all I know, maybe I'll just stream a ton and then we'll do all the fun stuff. But yeah, thank you again, Foxen, for the raid. You're super nice. I'm so sad that I missed out on your stream too, because it would have been a good time. Reassured, I placed my foot on the... Oh wait, I should get this screen back up. Oh, not that one. I should get this one so y'all get the sound effects. Well, I guess there's no sound effects right now, but... Pig! I placed my foot on the ladder, leading underground with my greatest motive called love. God damn it, Harry. We beat up some gangsters very graphically. You didn't miss much. I would say I missed everything then. That sounds amazing. The inside finally became a small passage about large enough for an adult. I run. Trusting that I will see her smile again, I run forward, stomping on concrete stained with the smell of death. Once I climb the ladder at the end of the tunnel, there will be no going back. I mutter Cheryl's name one more time. Cheryl. Silent Hill 2, my fave one. Oh yeah, I'm really excited for Silent Hill 2. The depressing sound of the door closing echoes throughout the courtyard. Where am I? Raw, warm breeze brushes past my cheeks. The view lets me know that this is like a completely different world from the school I was just in. Once again, I think, where am I? There we go, the spooky sign. Silent Hill 2 will definitely be an interesting stream. Oh, I'm stoked. It's gonna be great. I already have the PS2 right here ready to go too. I descended the small stairs leading away from the clock tower and became more convinced. An extremely religious-looking design has been drawn in the center of the courtyard. Within a large double circle, a triangle has been placed, and within that, a strange pattern. That looks like hieroglyphics is drawn. I don't remember this being here before. This is definitely the school I was just in. The placement of the trees and the construction of the building. However, an overpowering feeling of nausea rises up throughout my body. A revolting, horrible smell like that of the stench of cutting into rotten meat thickly wafts through the air and is nearly visible to the eye. Gonna switch you to the TV? Hey, no worries, Foxen. I begin to run. I can no longer bear to stay in this spot. By the time I place my hand on the door that leads inside the school building, I no longer have the strength to tell how long I was running. Maybe it was only for an instant. Oops. Apparently, if I hit back, it just makes the text disappear for a second. The school building has dramatically changed. Metal grated floors, blood-covered walls, corpse-like puppets hanging everywhere. It's like a nightmarish scene in which everything is isolated from the real world. In spite of that, I run. I am searching for Cheryl. The unpleasant metallic sounds of my footsteps resonate throughout the inside of the school. I remember this room. And then I open the door to the teacher's room. Perhaps the door is not installed correctly, as it took me several forceful tries to open it. It's cheating! I wasn't allowed to open these doors in the game! Once I enter the room, I am shocked. Desks are strewn about, and a raw, rotten stench rules the room. I call the police to get help, or call home where no one should be. I guess I'm gonna call the police. I mean, we know that neither of these options are gonna do anything, right? I'm guessing that the phones will just be dead. With slight hope, I pick up the telephone receiver. Just as I had guessed, the depressing busy signal repeats over and over. As I gently hang up the phone receiver, I realize that all means for contacting the outside world have already been lost. I must find Cheryl right away and escape from this insane world with her. I begin to leave the room. My heart rapidly contracts. Wait, I wonder. The mechanical bell sound echoes throughout the room. I nervously approach the telephone and once again pick up the receiver. Daddy, help me. It's Cheryl. There is no mistaking it. I firmly press the receiver against my ear. Daddy, where are you? Cheryl? Is this Cheryl? At that moment, Cheryl's voice is replaced with a busy signal. I knew it, I think. Cheryl is here. Being located in the residential area, many children probably come to this school. The interior of the elementary school is larger than I imagined. Including classrooms, there are a lot of rooms, so locating Cheryl will be extremely difficult. You're dead, bro! Ah! What's up, Shido? How you doing, buddy? Ooh, bird! Hi. Police are typically not the most reliable in Silent Hill games. No. I do kind of wonder what would have happened if I had called home where no one should be. Calling the police would be my first move, right? I mean, that makes sense. Hey! Zah! Thank you so much for the 12 months! 1 + 2 = 3. I've been subbed for. Heart months. Oh boy. Zah! How's it going, buddy? Thank you so much for 12, a whole year. A whole year. A whole year. I can't believe that. How time flies. You were playing something different yesterday. Or was that today? No, it was definitely yesterday, because you were streaming until like 2 o'clock in the morning or something. Unless I'm going crazy playing games, so I'm going to be semi-inactive. But hey, no worries, Shido. That's exactly how we do it. Or how I do it, I mean. We have Zaz, a true hero of time. They've been saving the timeline of the Pode. Pode, that's what it was. Seriously, time flies like crazy. It really does. Yeah, you stream super late. I was doing my typical lurk thing, and I was going to be like, when I heard or saw that you were ending, I was gonna be like, thanks for the stream, and I was like, I gotta go to bed. I'm pooped. Stashes Pog, why thank you. Cute little puzzle game. It did look pretty cute. I feel that, Chris. Okay, so I have to ask how you're reading this. So I have a multi-system setup right now, as silly as this sounds. So this computer that's streaming is playing the Game Boy, well, not legit, but like the emulated actual Game Boy, untampered Game Boy Advanced ROM. I have another computer on this side that's playing the fan-translated version that's slightly jankier. And the reason why I'm doing that is specifically because the local or the fan-translated one auto-solves the puzzles, and I wanted to actually play it, you know? It's kind of lame if we watch a video of the puzzles getting solved. So I thought this would be cool where we have the legit Japanese version, because this never was localized. And then I'm just reading the actual text off screen. So I'm trying to, every now and then I'll get off sync with which frame we're on, because English is just takes up more space per characters. Just say you're fluent in Japanese. I am definitely reading this in pure, immediate translatable Japanese speaking skills. Visual novel more than a novelization. Yeah, exactly. Okay, where were we? If Cheryl wasn't brought here by someone and instead came here of her own free will, then perhaps she might be in that one room. What does that mean? What is that one room? I love the Bork. Oh, thanks, Za. I definitely thought that would be a good one for Silent Hill. So I was like, I started just by like drawing out painting out the dog, and I was like, nah, he's got to be surprised. Give him the big old. I spin around and run to the stairs at the end of the hall, and then sprint up them. I have come to the library, and my eyes are drawn to the open book here. It was, oh gosh, a children's book, a pharmaceutical book, a dictionary of religious science. I mean, I think it would be a children's book. I mean, we're in an elementary school, right? So I don't know why any of the others. Also, just read it, Harry. It's not. We as the reader don't choose this. I'm choosing children's book. I think I remember what this one is. I pick up the book and see an abstract illustration of a youth carrying a bow and arrow on its cover. Okay, yeah, I think I was right. Someone has been reading this book. I begin to read the book from beginning of the page it was left open to in a quiet voice. You don't have to read it out loud, buddy. Hearing this, the hunter armed with a bow and arrow said, "I will kill the lizard." But upon meeting his opponent, he held back, taunting. Who's afraid of a reptile? At this, the furious lizard hissed. I'll swallow you up in a single bite. Then the creature attacked, jaws open wide. It was what the man wanted. Calmly drawing his bow, he shot into the lizard's gaping mouth. Effortlessly, the arrow flew, piercing the defenseless maw. And the lizard fell down dead. This is from an old fairy tale. I remember reading it as a kid. As I say this, I take a step back as if I have realized something. Wait, I think. Oh, I fell behind. Poor Ma, I know, right? The wonderful Lizard of Oz. I become gripped in the sense that my actions have been controlled by someone this entire time. Coming to the library, seeing that specific page in the open book, Even whatever it is that I must do now is a decision that is out of my hands. Everything that has happened has been in someone else's hands. Maybe a player of video games. I appreciate all the dogs. Even still, I probably cannot determine my own course. I accept the direction of the unseen one to whomever I must obey. In order to find Cheryl, there is no other alternative. I know where it is I need to go. As I journey there, I walk firmly, stepping forward one step at a time. I descend a staircase from which uncomfortably warm air flows, and find an elevator at the base that invites me to descend even further as its doors slowly open. Once I enter, its doors close in the next moment, with a rusty clunk sound, the elevator begins to descend at a high rate of speed. Just how far is it going? All I can do is go with the flow. Gradually, the elevator and I are enveloped in a hot, humid air. The elevator stops, and I step off as the doors open. Beyond a short passage, a dazzling light emitted from a small room. A small room which has been waiting for my arrival. At the center, the fires of hell burned, and everything made it look as though this room was meant for prayer. And then, it was there. It slowly moved around the enormous sconce. I want an enormous scone, from which flames and ash rose. The lizard looks to have suddenly mutated. Its outer shell, a mucous membrane type. It just stares at me, and with surprisingly comfortable speed, it looks for a chance to attack. Alright, here, I fired the gun at its large body, or running is the best bet. I feel like neither of these are going to be the good option. I mean, I think we had to shoot at it to get it to bite at us last time. I think it just kind of like nudged us. All right, let's try firing at its large body. Smoke and powder from my handgun. I am certain I hit it. However, those armor-like scales are more than fulfilled their purpose. This isn't effective at all. This is no good. I need to make my bullets hit somewhere softer. At that moment, part of my memory was suddenly awakened. Definitely. In the library or in the teacher's room. It was in the teacher's room, right? Maybe it was the library? Both probably bad. Not sure the handgun will cut it, though. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't have wasted the bullets, but I don't know if we can run out. Hey, what's up, Pat Posh? How you doing? I guess I'll say the library. I remember. That book I had just picked up not too long ago. Its contents run about in my head. While paying very close attention to the movements of my opponent, I recall its passages. Effortlessly, the arrow flew, piercing the defenseless maw, and the lizard fell down dead. All I can do is draw my opponent closer. Okay, so it was the library. I thought the teacher's room might have been the one with the phones. It doesn't look like a lizard to me. Nah, not really. Just wait till it opens its maw, though. Each bullet that hits its body only seems to increase its strength. I am running. My entire body is soaked in sweat. The heat from the flames and the large amount of perspiration are working together to rob me of my emotional strength. And then my feet finally get tangled and I fall to the bone-dry floor with a thud. There we go. My supply of bullets is running out. This is my limit. I turn around. Its enormous mouth is there, measuring about 4 meters, and open in all directions. It was only for an instant, but I thought of that passage again. The arrow flew, piercing the defenseless maw. Okay. Fire into its mouth, or I'll stop its movement first. I fired at his legs. No, we're gonna shoot him in the mouth. I can no longer hesitate. I readied the gun as calmly as possible, aimed at the inside of its mouth, and quickly pulled the trigger. Over and over, the sound of gunshots rang out from my weapon for as long as I had ammunition, and then I lost consciousness. I'm doing good, Pat Posh. Thank you for asking. This is not Silent Hill 2, but this is technically the second game in the entire chronology of Silent Hill. It's released... when did this release? Here, let's look. Let's see. So the timeline says this released... Oh, I forgot to update this. 2001 is when this released. So, only 2 years after the first game, actually. This is pretty quick. Silent Hill 2 released in... Oh, also 2001. Never mind, I guess it wasn't that far apart. Fire into the gross mouth. This is not pretty. When I came to, I found myself in the middle of a dark room. Where is this? I wondered to myself. The monster from before had vanished. I heavily stood up and then waited motionless for a bit until my eyes came into focus. Somehow this looks to be the boiler room. It's oddly quiet. Maybe I was dreaming? My very exhausted body seems to have also recovered somehow. The low hum of the boiler strangely calms my nerves. And then the sense of presence of a person... Oh, and then I sense the presence of a person and shift my gaze. Whoa! There was a girl standing there. She was wearing a dark blue clothing, and her light brown hair was neatly combed. The girl was just staring right at me. Once I noticed her and began to step toward her, she completely disappeared, as if her body just dissolved into the air and the room. I was alone in the room again. What was that? After standing for a bit, I let out a long breath and then placed my hand on the door at the entrance. Sunlight is shining into the hall of the school building. As usual, the snow is still outside, but I am gripped with a strange feeling of relief. As if cancerous cells had just been removed from me. Filled with relief, I slowly walked toward the exit of the school building. And then I learned that Cheryl is not here, from the loud sound of the church bells that seemed to call out to me. I don't know how that informed you that Cheryl wasn't there, but alright. I began to run toward the church on a road half covered in mud. Snow falls above my head, some of which freezes my hair as chilly air flows by. When I reach the church, I push open the heavy door without hesitation. To know you speak Chinese? Well, it's Japanese, but also I don't. I'm reading a localized version, or a translated version on a different machine. I'm cheating. A cross is mounted on the front wall. Long benches are lined up on both sides of a small walkway. It was as if time had stopped for this familiar style church. In front of the altar, a sly-looking woman with cold eyes looks down at me with an eerie grin. As I walked up to her, stepping one step at a time, she gazed at me without blinking. She looked as if she had predicted that I would arrive. Were you ringing that bell? The woman snorted with a humph. I've been expecting you. Whoops. I was foretold by gyromancy. What are you talking about? I knew you'd come. You want the girl, right? The girl? You're talking about Cheryl. My eyes grew wide. I see everything. You know something. Oh, you know something. Tell me. Stay back. The woman held the palm of her hand out at me and then lowered her chin in a way that suggested, please calm down. Nothing is to be gained by floundering about at random. You must follow the path. The path of the hermit, concealed by Floros. What? What are you talking about? I asked once more without hiding my bewilderment. Here, the Floros, a cage of peace. It can break through the walls of darkness and counteract the wrath of the underworld. These will help you. Make haste to the hospital before it's too late. The woman held up a strange object and then softly placed it on the desk on top of the altar. Wait, don't go yet. Her story was unclear and I don't understand it. I will believe that woman's story. I cannot carelessly believe her. Ooh, well, we know not to trust her. FMV rendered on the GBA. Oh yeah. It's very, very interesting use of technology. I think we should remain skeptical. But I don't know if that's a bad thing. We should not just carelessly believe her. I thought that insane woman's behavior and the details of her story were questionable. All that remains in the church is the reverberations of the sound of a door closing. I go after the woman. I'm convinced that the woman definitely knows some secret of some sort. However, the knob on the door she went through will not turn at all. It must be locked from the other side. Damn. Now I'm the only one left in the church. Almost as if taken from a nightmare, this space has heat. The warmth, it feels like it's protecting me from something. That is the best way to describe that heat. I move away from the door and begin walking to the altar that woman was at. The object the woman was holding has been placed there. The Floros. Very questionable. Oh, that's actually what he said. The Floros. That is certainly what the woman had called this. I try picking it up, and then I place it on top of the desk right away. It is power. The overwhelming power of the gods rests inside this four-shaped object. It was a sensation like an electrical current passing into the palm of my hand, and then power moving through every nook and cranny in my body. I pick it up once more. This time, I calmly take it into my hand and then place it in my pocket. For some reason, I'm convinced that this object will help me find Cheryl. I pick up the key that was next to the Floros, open the door of the church, and rush out into the heatless snow world again. Hospital? That woman certainly said something about one. Camilla Hospital. The only hospital I could find on the map was that one. I could see my breath as I exhaled while I headed toward the entertainment district. The bridge to the entertainment district has been raised so that boats can pass by in the rivers below. In other words, it is split in the middle and is fixed in a raised position that makes it look like the Japanese katakana character I enter the nearby drawbridge control room, place the key I was holding onto the control panel, and forcefully turn it right. While emanating sound like a woman laughing, the bridge finally begins to lower, inviting me into the entertainment district. After crossing the bridge, I shudder. The temperature is gradually declining. Or maybe it was just a result of the thing inside me that produces nervousness and fear. On this wide road, there's not a single motorcycle running. I'm running right down the center of it. If I continue forward, El Camela Hospital should be on the right. An old building appears in the thick fog. On the signboard, El Camela appears in faded letters. Its eeriness caused me to hesitate for an instant, but the next moment I placed my hand on the cold gate. I opened the heavy hospital gate and opened the door directly to my right that has entrance written on it. The inside of the hospital is wrapped in silence. To the left, there's a reception area which various papers are neatly placed on a shelf. Waiting benches are lined up along the back of this hall, and a television pointed at all of them. I do not feel the presence of any patients or even any people. Only faint light pours through the windows from the cloudy sky. The hall is filled with a trace scent of alcohol, which penetrates my nose. I begin walking. After passing through the waiting room, I reach a long corridor. I open the door marked examination room. At almost the exact same time I opened the door, a man inside jumped up from his chair. He is holding a handgun in his right hand. I hide behind the door in panic, immediately counterattack with my gun. Now we need this guy alive. So we're gonna hide behind the door in panic. Wait! I hold my right hand out and try to stop the man. I just stop the bullet. Hold it! Stop! Don't shoot! Wait, I'm not here to fight! Really making sure. The man calms down and lowers his readied right arm. My name is Harry Mason. I'm in town on vacation. I said all this without pausing, and then the man took a deep breath and began to speak.
Thank God, another human being.
Do you work here? Oh, I was truly relieved. Silent Hill, which has become a habitat for strange monsters. Those words showed his candid questioning of the situation.
I'm Dr. Michael Kaufman. I work at this hospital. So maybe you can tell me what's going on.
Oh, I guess that was Harry saying that. The man who called himself Kaufman once again stirs in the chair he's sitting in.
I really can't say. I was taking a nap in the staff room. When I woke up, it was like this. Everyone seems to have disappeared. And it's snowing out this time of year.
He looks at the floor of the examination room. There on the floor, the corpse of a still warm monster lay on its side.
Something's gone seriously wrong. Did you see those monsters? Have you seen such aberrations? Even heard of such things? You and I both know creatures like this don't exist. Yeah.
And then I turned to face him as I realized something. Have you seen a little girl anywhere? I'm looking for my daughter. She's only 7, short, black hair.
She's missing?
I'm sorry. But with all those monsters around, I highly doubt that she's... Sorry, I didn't mean to alarm you. Your wife, is she here with you? She died 4 years ago. Now it's just me and my daughter.
I see. I'm sorry. Well, I'd better get going. I can't just sit around here doing nothing. So long. Good luck out there.
The examination room door shuts powerlessly. Dr. Michael Kaufman. Oddly enough, I have completely memorized that name. Huh? I suddenly notice that there's something on the floor that looks like a white scrap of paper. What's this? I pick it up. Letters have been disorderly scribbled on it. Arrival tomorrow morning. Be prepared. What is this? A check to see if there's anything else. Oh, check to see if there's anything else. Go after Kaufman. I mean, absolutely check to see if there's anything else, because we know there is. I carefully look around the floor, but it doesn't appear that anything else interesting has been dropped. I look all around the examination room. Up until a short time ago, this was just a normal hospital, or normal room in a hospital, with its various instruments and tools all about, each aptly arranged per function. Only people have erased from this normal scene, making the situation unnatural. I pass through the medicine room and reach a planked floor corridor that silently extends in an L shape. I moved forward and found that there was an elevator with a large door at the end of the corridor. I try pressing the buttons beside it. Nothing happens. It looks like the power is off. There are several doors in the corridor. I begin opening each one in order. I open the door marked Meeting Room, head inside, and close the door behind me. A large table sits in the center of this room, and I notice there's something glittering on top of it. I grasp the light green key, leave the room, and once again step into the chilly corridor. The next room looks to be the kitchen. I guess the food for patients is probably prepared here. Various bronze cooking utensils are neatly arranged in order on the stainless steel countertop. It does not appear that anything terribly important is here. I carefully look through the various cooking utensils. Inside a large pot there is nothing at all. While continuing to search to see if there might be some clue here or not, I notice that on the far wall various objects have been scattered about. I carefully move toward the wet floor as to not slip. Something is there. I reach out my hand toward the thing in front of me. I pick up the plastic bottle, or I pick up the kitchen knife. Well, we know that the good ending is with the plastic bottle. So I'm going to pick that bad boy up. Also, the kitchen knife is like the worst melee weapon in the game. I move past one of the sinks and notice an empty plastic bottle sitting at the end of the counter. Perhaps this might come in handy for something. I mutter this and grab the empty plastic bottle. Then I leave the kitchen. After leaving the kitchen, I head right and place my hand on the first door that I come to. I notice the words "Director's Office" out of the corner of my eye as I open the door. From inside the room, a strong stench overflows outward and causes me to feel dizzy. Someone has ransacked the room. Behind the desk that probably belongs to the director, several bottles have been broken, leaving red and blue liquid spilled all over the floor. If I use the plastic bottle... Scoop up... Oh, what? I don't know if I want the red, blue, or mixture. Oh, no. Hey, you can read some of this? What's up, Melcray? How you doing? Oh, God. I'm going to make the wrong choice again. I feel like it's the red liquid, right? Right? Absolutely, I want this. Oh, gosh. Why would they do this to me? Just when I thought I had the answers. All right, we're scooping up the red liquid. I get out the plastic bottle and use a fragment of the bottle section of one of the broken bottles to pour the vermilion liquid into it. The sticky liquid drips into the plastic bottle. The last drop lingered, but only once it finally hit the surface of the liquid, already inside the plastic bottle, I tightly closed the cap and left the director's office. The fuck is that? What's up, Shadow? How you doing? Saw you hanging out in, who was I chilling with? Oh, shoot. Oh, you're in Radio Tom's stream earlier today. How you doing, Shadow? Just very small snippets here and there. That's better than me. I can't read any of it. As much as it might appear as though I am. I'm not actually that smart. I crept out of the corridor once more and stood in front of the door that was closest to the elevator. I open the door, and the reverberations of the sounds of it opening and then closing shake my eardrums. The walls are made of concrete, and a few steps in a staircase leading to the basement extends like the folds inside of the body of a snake. Here we go. It is dark and difficult to see, but looks as though there's a door at the bottom of the staircase. Be brave, I muttered to myself. Leaving only the echoes of my footsteps, I descend the staircase to hell one step at a time, and then I open the door leading to darkness. So I haven't been better, thank God for Ghost of Tsushima. I hope things get better, but even if they don't, I hope Ghost of Tsushima keeps you at least occupied. A world without light. I could see that the electricity was most likely out in the entire hospital. I pressed the switch on my flashlight on my chest and tried lighting the area. It's creepy, and yet there was nothing noticeably out of place. Chilly air drifts from the cold concrete and seems as if touching it would completely rob my body of its warmth. While moving through the corridor, I try opening the doors as I come to them. Of them, one opens with a creak. Emergency generator is written on the machine that occupies most of the room. To reach the second floor above it, it did not look like there was any method other than using the elevator. So without hesitation, I turn the machine on. I immediately head for the elevator. I press the up button. The heavy sound of the motor and the sounds of the metal parts coming into contact with each other almost sound like the intertwined screams. With a ding, the elevator stops and slowly opens. The inside of the elevator is large. It seems to be about big enough to accept 3 hospital beds. Buttons for each floor are lined up to the right of the elevator door. They are marked 3, 2, 1, and B from the top down. First, I head to the second floor. However, after I step off the elevator, I find that the door connected to the corridor that leads to the rooms on this floor is locked. With no alternative, I try heading to the third floor and find it in the same state. Well, what now? I've already tried moving to every floor. With nothing else to do, I re-entered the elevator and then could not believe my eyes. Of all the buttons, of the buttons for each floor, 3 was definitely the highest just before. In spite of that, a new 4 button has been added. I do still love this. The elevator doors open with a familiar sound, and I step out onto the 4th floor. Again, I think. A condition extremely similar to which I encountered after passing through the basement in the clock tower at the elementary school was present right in front of me. Dark red rusted walls, metal grated floors, and the ringing in my ears seems to creep up from the depths of hell is a menace to my mental state. I open the door in front of me and a long corridor extends beyond it. I very carefully move forward while keeping my eyes fixed on the wall. Could Cheryl be here? The only way to find out is to search this place. Huh? I can hear something in the darkness in front of me. It sounds like the groan of something dragging on the ground. The owner of that groan slowly closing in on me, but I cannot see what it is for sure with the faint light of my flashlight. I instantly ready my gun or leave this area. Well, we know he's running out of bullets, so I feel like relying on that's probably not a good idea. I think we leave. Maybe we'll find the hammer? If you can't read it, how do you know what the text says? Secrets. Dark magic. Lock and load! I don't know, I'm worried that we'll run out of ammo and then... He's a game psychic. So I have a fan-translated version of the game running on another computer just off to the side. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I'm actually a little nervous about this. I think we're gonna leave. Let's see what happens. I'm in danger. I try running away. However, I can hear the owner of that eerie groan pursuing me from behind. I thought that maybe it was echoing off the walls, but that is not the case. I became aware of my situation. I am clearly surrounded. There is nowhere to run to. I have no choice. It is probably not human. I firmly grip the gun, position my finger on the trigger, and begin to walk toward it with the gun readied beside my face. Oh gosh. Eventually, something white enters my field of vision. I adjust the aim of the flashlight on my chest with my hand and shine light on it. A white figure appeared, which is stooped over like an old woman. It looked to have undergone a grotesque change. The monster has a very large lump on its back, which twitches and moves as if it were alive. In one hand, it holds a knife, which it waves as it approaches me. In the instant I readied my gun, the monster began to run. By the time I realized this, it slashed at me. I instantly dodged the attack, and thanks to that, my clothes were slashed and I had only just a scratch on my side. I suppose I was lucky. Damn. I kick it in the face with the bottom of my shoe and it falls down on its back. It then begins to stand for its next attack. Ugh. I close my left eye and steady my aim. Even after one shot hit, its movement does not change at all. I fire more bullets at it. It is laughing. In a voice great enough to shake the entire world, it laughs as its face twists and distorts. Oh gosh. I cannot give up. When the final bullet loaded into my gun hits, it finally stops laughing. This time, it is face down and I begin crushing it with my foot. You know, when reading that out loud, it feels a lot more grotesque than it felt in the game. Finally, it completely stops moving. This is insane. Another monster approaches from behind the corpse of the first one. At this rate, all the bullets in the world would not be enough. All I can do is run. Run past the monster behind me or the one in front of me. Oh my gosh. I think even a scratch from those things would be deadly. Right? That's what I'm thinking. I feel like you either get sick or infected or, you know, certainly not a sanitary slice. I think we run past the monster in front of us and hope that we make progress. Because we know that behind us, the elevator in the original game locks up. We can't take it, so we have to go forward. All right, I'm doing this. Get infected with super nightmarish staph. I mean, basically, so maybe that's how they turn into the monsters. They just get tetanus. I begin to run toward the monster in front of me. Evading the large swings of its knife, I run down a dark corridor, occasionally stumbling. I see a staircase leading down. I race down it, knowing not whether if something is waiting for me or not at its base. I'm thinking about Cheryl. Even if she held a prisoner somewhere in this hospital, there is no guarantee that I can rescue her. In fact, there's no reason the staircase that I'm descending should lead me to Cheryl. I began to think of my current actions were all meaningless. However, generally speaking, since I arrived in Silent Hill, no. Since the day before leaving for Silent Hill, no. Even longer ago, since the day I met Cheryl. Perhaps I had no choice in my actions, that they have been determined by someone's will. As I continue to the base of the stairs, I contemplate, what if my life up to this point had just been one track? As I descend the stairs, my ears begin ringing again. The ringing is so forceful that it cannot be compared to before. It forces me to squat down. What in the world happened? Perhaps I have opened a door to hell. A door that should never be opened. Something is clearly changing, and it is for the worse. Going back will not be permitted. I must move forward. Forward. I put my hands together on my head, and then squeeze my temples tightly using my elbows. It's a pretty hard thing to do. Hey, what's up, Weird Demoness? How's your day and night been? It's been pretty good. How's your day and night been? The ringing then begins to sound like a demon is whispering in my ears. However, it doesn't stop. I blindly begin to run. Even if I am to die in this mad land, I must save my beloved Cheryl first. Believing that the answers are beyond the door, I know that I must discover at least one clue. Oh, I fell behind. Oh boy. Hey! Mad Bees! Thank you so much for the raid! Yeah! How's it going, Mad Bees? Welcome on in, everybody. Man, I was watching you stream. Oh, what were you playing? Oh, it was like a week ago. But I was having so much fun finally being able to catch one of your streams. Matt Beast is a true hero of time. They've been saving the timeline of the Final Fantasy. That's what it was! Final Fantasy 9! Yes! That's a game that I've been meaning to check out for a long time now. And my close friends scold me regularly for never having played it. But welcome on in, everyone. If you've never been here before, we do Chrono streams. So we're playing every single Silent Hill game that has ever been made, unless they're impossible to find. Which is true for 2 of them now. The very first mobile game and PT. I'm going to try to find PT still, but oh boy, it's a lot harder than I thought it would be. I love FF9. I gotta get off my butt and play it, but I was having a good time watching you play it, Matt. Thrilled to hear you popped in and enjoyed yourself? Oh, absolutely. Hard not to. Several overlapping square figures are shaking in time with the sound of my heart. It is at the wall at the end of this area. Another wall is perpendicular to it. There's a door present on this wall with a plate that says storehouse. Some chemicals have been placed on the table that is next to the door. There are 3 beakers of different sizes and a test tube. The test tube contains a liquid of different color to that which is in the leftmost beaker. Probably find you a fan-made PT. Yeah, I actually did find a couple of fan-made PTs that got cease and desists, so I wasn't able to download them, but I will absolutely... Where'd my mouse go? I will absolutely take a fan-made remake one over not getting to play PT at all. You have 2 PS4s with them. You could sell those for so much money. I saw on eBay people selling those for like $1,000. It's crazy. That's why I was like, I guess I could drop $1,000 and get one, but I can't afford that. This is crazy. FF9 is a lot of fun. Ready to start my next stream venture though, for sure. Oh, that makes it. Yeah, Final Fantasy games can definitely drag on. How far are you through it though? Are you close to beating it? Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, my pleasure to give you a shout out, man. If you ever manage 75k points, you'll be playing it. Yes, okay. I'm excited for that. Actually 3, but I'm keeping that one. Oh man, you did the smart thing. Man, people go nuts for it now. But hard to blame them because they want that PT. I found a memo. To create it, you must come up with 1 deciliter of liquid and pour it onto the test tube. No more, no less, that man had said. But there are no graduations on the beakers. This makes it impossible to come up with 1 deciliter using these 3 large beakers. Using the 10 deciliter and 7 deciliter and 5 deciliter beakers, you must create an amount of exactly 1 deciliter. Oh gosh. Okay, we got ourselves a puzzle. Fully expected to beat it tonight, but turns out got to do some grinding. Ah, that stinks. But yeah, that's definitely how it goes sometimes. It's like the Streisand effect for games. Try to take it away and people just hold on to it stronger. Oh, absolutely. Well, I got backup that works fine on any PS4s with PT on it, which is neato. Oh, yeah, no, that's good. We got a puzzle here. The door won't budge an inch. Well. Alright, here we go. So we need 3 deciliters. So, I mean, oh, okay. This isn't too crazy. So, well, if we just do this, then we have 3. We just... I'm confused. Well, I can't select the vial unless, do I need 3 deciliters in... Well, I can't do 3 deciliters in each. I'm a little confused, actually. Pre-ordered Cyberpunk a few days ago. Ooh, that's exciting. Can Chris read Japanese, or they're English? So I've got English on a separate computer because there's a fan translated version, but it's a little janky and it auto solves the puzzles. So I was avoiding doing the fan translated one because I wanted to actually do the puzzles. Might want to give some time to Chris to recover in FF6 though. I mean, we do have a couple of games that we'll need to catch up on after FF6 anyway. There's a lot of FF6 left to go to. Oh yeah. Secret hidden jutsu just to make Chris play games. It's true. Okay, so I imagine he's saying it won't fit, so... Did I mess this up? I think I did. Oh, there is one demanded game. I forgot to update that. Oh wait, no, that's a dumb move. Why did I do that? That's not gonna do anything at all. Safety, help! Okay, so what if we do... Maybe I needed 2? I feel like that would be a trickier puzzle, right? All right, let's try that. The demanded game is Mega Man 10. I remembered. I could demand a game, but he's already playing all the Zeldas, so I don't have anything else to really demand. I mean, that's fair. And oh my, I'm having so much time, or so much fun with all those Zelda games. Oh, did I do it? Alright, well anyway, got it. Harry melted the chain on the door with the completed liquid. I love this like random like mid-narration that goes on in here. I've started the hidden jutsu. Oh boy. We also have a I gotta get the voting started for it, but we also have a community vote coming up too. So Mega Man 10, I added that to the demanded list a couple weeks ago. Oh, yeah, that's in the demanded, but not the requested. Interesting. The door slowly opens with a click. Inside the storehouse, nothing important looking stands out. I carefully edge between the simple metal shelves that have been placed here in a specific arrangement. However, nothing is here that makes it room-worthy of being called a storehouse. I'm drawn toward the cabinet in the back of this room. This is because I found the presence of the wooden cabinet strange and unsuitable for this simple room. I approach the cabinet and try to open it. However, it will not budge. Well. Oh boy. So we either will look at the floor under the cabinet, we'll look inside the cabinet, or we'll look on top of the cabinet. Well, I'm pretty sure we gotta push this cabinet. Oh, the community vote is the hidden jutsu. Ah. Okay, I think we're gonna just look at the floor. Because he'll see the like marks on the floor. If there's an important clue inside this cabinet, then I should be able to open it right away. But then, I gradually come to understand that there is no need to do so. The necessity of the cabinet here is thin, as anything could be used to satisfy the requirement. If something is needed to block my path, then a bunch of stones would work as well. I thought this as I looked at the scratches on the floor that were the same width as the cabinet. The marks on the floor are still fresh. They tell me that some other human probably came down here. Is there something beyond this cabinet? Using my body weight, I slowly push the cabinet from its original position. The existence of the inviting door behind the cabinet seems completely natural. So of course, I place my hand on it. This room is very inorganic. While shining my flashlight about, I move through the room and eventually discover a grate on the floor. From between the bars and the grate, I can see a staircase that leads to the lower floor. The grate makes a clunk sound as I open it. It is quite heavy. Even though I am sure of my strength, I do not believe that I could pick it up. After opening the grate enough that I can pass through it, I gently place one foot on the staircase that has appeared. We had to burn those vines in the original game. Oh, I'm definitely enjoying this. I think this is fascinating. I also hate everything, as Felix mentioned. Slowly and cautiously, confirming each step as I go, I descend the staircase to a mad place which light cannot reach. Finally, I reach a wide room, much wider than I imagined. I guess this based on the echoes of my footsteps. I am running. Through this eerie space that lies in the basement of the hospital. It is lifeless and there is no light. All I can do is run through it. Does this world have an end? Or did it even have a beginning? Everywhere I go, all that I do is solve the mysteries that appear one after the other and then move on. I understand this and expect the same situation will continue. Still, all I can do is move forward. My thinking always results in this conclusion. The door has awaited me. I slowly turn the knob. The inside of this room is different from the ones that I have encountered up to this point, and I can feel life in here. There are traces and scents that someone was in this room. I softly pick up the picture frame that was displayed on the desk. Alessa. That is engraved on the picture frame. I gaze at the picture. It is a face that I think I have seen somewhere. I try to remember where as hard as I can, but in the end I cannot remember at all. But I am sure that I have met this girl somewhere. And more than just once. A diary has been placed next to the picture frame. I reach out with my hand. So we can pick up the diary or pick up the picture. Oh boy. Oh yeah, I've got a second computer running with it. Because that way I never have to click off of this and there's no like weird clicking back and forth. Oh yeah, and the puzzles auto-solve in the translated version, so I don't even want to look at it. It would be dope if I could read it. Yeah, maybe the stream will just make me look like I'm smarter than I actually am. Oh, it's your first day back in the office. Oh, that's stressful, Felix. I don't know. I guess I'll pick up the diary. I feel like that makes more sense. Oh, thank you, Felix. Something is written in the diary. April 15th. From today, this will be my new diary. Lisa secretly gave this to me as a present, and it means that I should be able to take my bandages off. A bird landed on a branch on the tree outside my window. I gazed at it for a bit. Seeing those beautiful colors, I thought again that it must be spring. I wish I could play outside like the other children. It is now afternoon, and they have come again. I pretend to be asleep, and it looks like they did not notice. They talk quietly, as to not be heard outside my room. I do not understand the meaning of what they discussed. They never talk in this room, I thought. April 16th. Someone is talking outside my room. It sounds serious, but it doesn't seem to be about me. Perhaps it's because he doesn't want to disturb me? Even though the hospital director has not come to see me much lately, I don't like the director very much. I'm honestly quite happy. April 16th, P.S. By some strange chance, I learned a certain person is coming to visit me. April 17th. Everyone has been in a rush for some reason since before sunrise this morning. Something about a dead person coming back to life. Oh! Does that really happen? It is a frightening story, and because of that, my meal was a little late. The cold soup is disappointing. Suddenly, I remembered him. Maybe he has forgotten me, but I definitely remember him. Lately, I think of him often. I want to see him. It looks like my visitor is coming in the evening on the day after tomorrow. Before then, just once. April 18th. It is finally tomorrow. I will not tell anyone about this. If I tell anyone, they will probably strap me to my bed before they arrive. The friend that can share my feelings, the only one. I wonder if she will realize this. Tonight, I will go to bed early. April 19th. I must get out of here. For the first time in a while, I have worn my favorite pendant. Does it look good on me? I will write about the results here tomorrow. April 20th. That's my birthday. The last page is blank. I place the diary under my arm and prepare to leave the room. However, my eyes once again return to the picture frame that the diary had been placed next to. Oh yeah, we do some movie nights every now and then. The cursor is the weird pyramid from the ending. Oh yeah. The Flauros. She was all alone, but I have Cheryl. The girl in the picture is appealing to me for something. In the painful silence, I can feel a spiritual message. After wavering, I removed the picture from the frame and slid it into my pocket. And then I left the room. Alessa, just who is she? And why was her picture on display in the deep basement of the hospital? And where was that strange feeling of a life that I sensed in the room coming from? I'm unable to figure any of it out, and so I'm irritated. I head to the examination room on the first floor. All the mysteries of the hospital surely prepared in that room. Believing so, I raced up the stairs while having difficulty breathing. When I opened the door to the examination room, I felt the presence of a persona and stopped moving. Hey! Came for donut! Thank you so much for the follow. We do have donuts here. We got the time donuts. But I'm glad you're having a good time. When I open the door to the examination room, I feel the presence of a person has stopped moving. The inside of the room is dark. Someone is here. Who is it? Slowly approach or fire the gun. We got the time, donuts. That's right. Well, I think I know who this probably is, so we're gonna slowly approach. Oh, thank goodness. That's right, she just like hugs us. Approach or shoot, why not both? That's what reasonable people probably do in situations like this. Once the woman realized that I was human, she ran toward me and threw her arms around me like a child would. Finally, someone who's okay. After mumbling those words in a tearful voice, she held me more tightly. Who are you? My name's Lisa Garland. What's yours? Harry Mason. After we exchanged our simple introductions, I sat in a chair, and she sat on the bed so that we were facing each other. The woman that called herself Lisa had blonde hair and an intelligent look to her. Maybe she might know something. At that moment I was about to speak, the woman began talking. Harry, tell me what's happening here. Where is everybody? I must have gotten knocked out. When I came to, everyone was gone. Her voice did not feel like it was coming from her body, and was accompanied by a strange reverberation. It's awful. So you don't know anything either. Great. I just don't get it. It's like this is all some kind of a bad dream. As I select my words, I have a feeling that even my own words are not coming from my body. Yeah, a living nightmare. Let me ask you, have you seen a little girl around here? Short black hair, 7 years old? I mutter Cheryl in a voice that Lisa would not hear. A 7-year-old girl? Wait, she's your daughter? Yes. A 7-year-old girl. I can't say that I have. I was unconscious all this time. I'm sorry. Oh, that's all right. It's just what I expected, but I continue asking questions without showing my disappointment. Do you know anything about all that weird stuff in the basement? No, why? What's happening? Command Z. Oh, thanks, Felix. No, definitely not live Japanese translation. I'm not that smart. Should just start telling people that Chris is the master translator. We can't set that expectation. People are gonna make me do it in the future. I can't live up to that. Say this was a parallel universe where Chris can. There you go. Is this the part in the middle of the game toward... This is in the middle. Like, smack dab in the middle. Yeah, Malker, I can pick out some snippets. I should know a little bit, but I can't. Better learn languages quick then. I know I should. Is there something down there? Oh, that's Lisa. You don't know. Don't you work here? We're under strict orders to never enter the basement storeroom. After changing the subject to the hospital basement, I began to notice that my thoughts were becoming muddy. So I really don't know. What did you say was down there? Well, it's... Try as hard as I can to remember the pitiful sight of that room in the basement. However, in trying to trace my memory back to that ringing, which has been going on for a while in my ears. Get out of here, bug. It flew right on my glasses. She's been gone for a while, returned to my ears. It sounded like the bells of that church run through my head. Damn, my head. Now let's see how far behind I am. I wasn't too bad. What's wrong, Harry? Harry, let me help you. Harry! He's dead. I'm a hypocrite though. I took Spanish and German in high school, and then after graduated did nothing else with it. That is literally the exact same thing I did, and boy, did I just forget everything. It's mystified you guys ruined the translation. Respect. Ah, it's okay. It's probably better to rip that band-aid off right away. Ah, that's Harry. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you, Melchior. After a while, I notice that my body is freezing cold. It's as if I'm dead. But I'm clearly conscious. Where is Lisa? I was definitely talking to her in this examination room. Hey! Thank you so much for the follow, Gaming Hermit. I no longer feel the evil presence that I felt in this room. No, in this entire hospital up until just before. From the window, soft light is pouring on into the room. Was I dreaming? As I slowly get up, I hear the sound of the door opening. I instantly looked toward the source of the sound. The creepy woman I met at the church is standing there with an expressionless look on her face. It's fine. It's just a visual novel of the first game. Pretty much, yeah. There's some. So right now we're doing Harry's story, but there's apparently a story with Sybil and one other character, if I understand it correctly. So there should be some totally new stuff too. At least I think so. To be literate in German, but my skill is greatly deteriorated. I was testing our game in German today, and I was very sad with myself at how little I remember. You are too late. It's you. Yes, Dahlia Gillespie. Tell me everything you know. What's going on? Darkness. She responded before I was even done speaking. The town is being devoured by darkness. The woman continues while maintaining a devout look. Strength must overcome petty desire. Childish sleep talk. Oh, that was Harry's internal monologue. I knew this day would come. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word of this. Oh, that's Harry. I don't understand a word of this. Believe the evidence of your eyes. So I should believe the evidence of my eyes. I understand. I'm in a situation in which I can only believe what I have seen with my own eyes. The outer church in this town. That is your destination. This is beyond my abilities. Only you can stop it now. Have you not seen the crest marked on the ground all over town? So that's what I saw in the schoolyard. I think I'm behind. Oh, maybe not. What does it mean? It is the mark of Samael. Don't let it be completed. Hey, wait. That wasn't too far back. Wait, what? Just made myself a little frozen chicken sandwich, toasted. Should have been fully cooked frozen toasted chicken breast, fit into it raw. Ugh. I mean, it's not a death sentence for sickness, but yeah, I hope you don't get sick too. That's no fun. Should have been around a bit too, but I will forever lie. For some reason, that reminded me of that "Only you can stop forest fires" commercial. That's beautiful. Should be fine. Instantly spit it out, but now I'm suspect of frozen chicken breasts. Yeah, I don't blame you. Dahlia Gillespie. She places an oddly shaped key on the examination table with a tap, spins around, heads to the door, and then opens it. I open the door that she closed and roll out into the hospital corridor, but she is nowhere to be seen. The other church. But if I exclude the church I already visited, I do not see anything that looks like a church on the map. I slowly open the phone book attached to the payphone in the corridor. In there, a mark is presented to guide me. It is next to a phone number for an antique shop northeast area of the shopping district. Take a shot at my lord, it'll kill the salmonella. If only that were true. But then again, there's still the question of would it be worth it for the Malort? I don't know. The door next to the antique shop is ominously open. The open door connects to a staircase leading down into the basement. At the end of the stairs is another door. I insert the key I was carrying and slowly turn it. The inside of the shop is small. I take a look around using my flashlight and find the place is such a mess that it looks almost as if it has been ransacked by a thief. Is something here? At first glance, I don't think there's anything here that concerns me. However, I do not miss that which was hidden behind a shelf. I move the shelf step by step, and an eerie passage leading into the darkness appears. What's this? Harry. I look back toward the familiar voice. Hey, Sybil. Sybil, who should have left for the next town over to call for backup, was there. I'm glad you're okay. I shouldn't have left you. Things are worse than I thought. It's nuts. What are you doing here? I thought you left town. I saw you go in here, so I followed you. I couldn't get out. All the roads out of town are blocked. Cars have completely stopped running. The phones and radios are out too. What about my daughter? Did you see her? I did see a girl. My heart began to beat faster. Was it Cheryl? I only caught a glimpse of her through the fog. I went after her, but she vanished. I don't know about your daughter, but... And you let her go? Where was it? On Bachman Road. She was heading toward the lake. Now don't get excited. It wasn't like she ran off exactly. There was no place for her to go. The road had been obliterated. What? So then Cheryl... It was like she was walking on thin air. An uncomfortable silence occurs between the two of us. What about you? Anything? Yeah, I met this bizarre woman. Her name is Dahlia Gillespie. Do you know her? Dahlia Gillespie? No. And... She said something about the town being devoured by darkness. Gibberish like that. Any idea what it means? Darkness devouring the town. She must be on drugs. They sell them to the tourists. The force still can't figure out who's behind it. None of our leads have panned out, and investigation is stalled. Drugs? Sybil's response was far from what I had imagined, so I shake my head back and forth. What could drug trafficking have to do with all this? I really don't know. But maybe that's the darkness she was talking about. That's all I can think of. Sybil looked... Oops. She then shifted her gaze to the passage behind the shelf. It's really originally got a Twitch for donut operator. Do not get off, nor do I travel anywhere for donuts. Or do I? Best donuts in the burbs is Country Donuts. I feel like I've had that before. That sounds very familiar. Whoops, I didn't mean to click off of that. You're the best donut. Yeah, at least I'm from Chicago. New Hampshire. Oh, nice. What's this? Just discovered it. Maybe there's something back in there. Let's have a look. Sybil. Oh boy, well we know that Harry goes first. I feel like I should stick, at least for the most part, with the narrative, right? You don't hear gunshots though? Nah, Chicago's not always that bad. It depends on where you are and what's going on. Way over here in Mormonland. Ah. Spent some time in an apartment just outside the ghetto of Harborville, Massachusetts. Definitely had some questionable things. Oh yeah, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, you'll find questionable things no matter where you go. If you look in the right spots. We upgraded soundproof windows. If only. Cheryl! Saw a dude get pepper sprayed in the middle of the street and just kept going. Oh my, that's intense. All right, we'll have him go first. Wait, We don't know what's back there. I'd better go check it out first. I'm a cop. I should go. No, I'm going. I said in a rough tone. All right, I'll cover you from here. Be careful. If anything looks fishy, get back here on the double. Okay. I peer inside the hidden passage. Inside, it looks like an unseen barrier of darkness has been set up, which makes it look like a place no one should enter. I intuitively sense it would be dangerous to move into this passage. It is that kind of passage. I look back at Sybil once. Sybil, yes? Do you know anything about, well, like some other world? Like it's some kind of bad dream? What are you talking about? I'm not quite sure. I try to make sense of it, but then my mind goes blank. Everything's dark there, and I hear sirens in the distance. I met this nurse, Lisa. It's like I was there, but not really. It's all a blur. Like some kind of hallucination, you know? I have no idea what you're talking about, Harry. Sybil spoke while shaking her head side to side. Oh, I was just wondering. Never mind. Harry, you're tired. Yeah, maybe. Am I tired? Yes, I'm tired. If that's all, then that is fine. If my being tired is what caused me to see all those hallucinations up to this point, then Cheryl should return to me. The only thing in the sensation I'm feeling is not that of being tired. Rather, my body feels as if I have been on the floor sleeping continuously like a human in cold sleep. I'm feeling the agonizing suffering of not easily being able to escape from that state. Oh, I fell far behind. Not too bad. Leaving Sybil behind, I step into the passage. I began walking, carefully taking one step at a time. Sybil can probably no longer see me from where she is, even if I could see her from where I am. Kept maced like 4 times before an officer finally just tackled him to the ground. Oh my gosh. I made my way into the room at the end of the passage. It is small, and the smell of something having been burned is in the air. Once I saw an altar appear in the darkness, I realized that this is the church that Dahlia was talking about. I look around the area. An axe have been displayed on the wall, but nothing else stands out. While shaking my head, I decide to try going back through the passage I came from. At that moment, a light bright enough to make me look away emanates from the altar. I think I heard the sound of a giant match being struck, and then 2 enormous pillars of flame rose from the altar, as if a ritual were beginning or something. Even at a distance I'm at, I can feel the heat from those flames. My surprise at the heat caused me to fall into a state of barely being conscious, and then I gradually lose myself until I finally end up lying face down on the concrete floor, and the coldness that remained on the floor was drawn away by the heat as my consciousness grew distant. Oh my. Are you okay? Harry? Harry! Where am I? Harry, Lisa, then I'm in the hospital. So wondering if this was still going to happen. You were having a bad dream. Was I? Hey, you don't look too good. Are you okay? I'm fine. Nothing you need to worry about. Well, if you're sure. Lisa, do you know a woman named Dahlia Gillespie? Oh yeah, that crazy Gillespie lady. She's kind of famous around here. She never sees anybody, so I don't know much about her. But I hear her kid died in a fire. Supposedly she's been crazy ever since. Well, she says the town's been devoured by the darkness. Do you have any idea what she's talking about? The town devoured by darkness? Yes, I think I do. Before this place was turned into a resort, the townspeople here were on the quiet side. Everybody followed some kind of queer religion. Weird occult stuff. Black magic, that kind of thing. As young people moved away, the people figured they'd been summoned by the gods. Evidently, things like that used to happen here all the time. Before the resort, there wasn't really anything else out there. Everyone was so flipped out. Gotta blame it on something. And a lot of new people came in and everyone clammed up about it. Oh yeah, definitely let me know at the end of the stream, Pat Posh. I'm definitely down for that. A cult. Last time I heard anything about it was, gosh, years ago, when several people connected with developing the town died in accidents. People said it was a curse. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'll shut up. The reverberation of Lisa's "I'll shut up" remained in my ears. I wondered how long I had been asleep. Found myself in that antique shop again, lying face down in the same position I was in just a short while ago. Was that another dream? Did I pass out again? I don't want to think so, but maybe this is all just going on in my head. I could have had a car accident, but now I'm lying unconscious in a hospital bed. I don't know what's real anymore. Sybil said Cheryl was heading toward the lake. But the road to the lake is blocked. Aren't there any other roads? Lisa would probably know. Although I'm limited in what I can do, I still have one piece of information for finding Cheryl, so I cannot just remain here. I energetically stand up, open the door to the antique shop, and rush back into the town. Pac-Man PJs, hell yeah! That's exactly what I got going on. Surprised you can see in that tiny little bit of knee that I got poking up. This whole thing seems sketchy. I don't trust her. Definitely don't trust her. The town has turned into that nightmarish world. It's as if... Oh, one more. It's as if the danger in this town increases with every second. In order to find Lisa, I turn on the flashlight on my chest and begin to run at full speed. I left the antique shop with the intention of reuniting with Lisa, but I discovered that all roads leading to the hospital are blocked. With no other choice, I entered the shopping mall town center in the shopping district. Oh boy. Is this where I remember? I think this might be where we fought the moth. I don't remember. Inside, everything has naturally changed to the other world as well. I can hear the groans of monsters in the vicinity, and it would not be surprising if they attacked at any moment. Oh no, this isn't where we fought the moth. That's still a little ways away. I feel like we'd be a whole lot less confused by the story if I ever watched a full playthrough of it. I mean, it's very confusing in the original game too. It's meant to kind of mess with your head. The floor has changed to metal grating, and the building looks as if it has been left in ruins for several hundred years. Large monitors have been placed in the hall at the entrance to greet shoppers. After wandering around the first floor and finding nothing interesting, I began heading up the powered escalator. At that moment, suddenly light overflows from out the monitors in the hall. A bound Cheryl is displayed on the screens. Daddy, help me! Cheryl! I turn around and run back toward the escalator, running toward the first floor hall. The image of Cheryl on the monitors then begins to get more and more fuzzy, until it dissolves into a video static on the picture tube. And then, in a place of Cheryl, an eerie crest is displayed. Oh, in place of Cheryl. It looked like that which I saw in the courtyard of the elementary school. I pound on the monitors. I pound with all my strength as I believe that Cheryl is trapped inside the picture tube. However, Cheryl's image did not appear again. You're heading out, came for donut? Have a good night, friend. Thanks for swinging by. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you have a good rest of your night. They don't really try to explain everything. I think they want you to come to some of your own conclusions. I 100% agree with that. Honestly, this visual novel, while it does cut out some chunks of the game, I feel like from a narrative perspective, does a pretty good job at keeping in line with the narrative beats of the original. You're wicked cool. You're wicked cool. I am convinced Cheryl was definitely taken away by someone and is being held by them, and she is waiting for me to rescue her. I must hurry, I say to myself. All right. Search the second floor or search the first floor? I don't know. I feel like there's probably going to be monsters if we search. I mean, I know that we need to go up to the second floor, but what if there's something else if we search the first floor? What if we find the shotgun? Or no, wait, we never found the shotgun. What if we find the rifle? I don't know. I kind of want to search the first floor. We can always go back up to the second floor, right? Instead of going up to the second floor, I decided to check out the first floor. Dilapidated department stores can be seen through the metal gratings. Everything is scattered about, and giant spiderweb, bigger than any I've ever seen, stretches throughout the area. I walked along the fence that bordered the first floor. After passing by a show window with mannequins, I came to a walled-off space. Sand is spread all over the open area inside and is incandescent light from above. At first glance, I thought it was outside. There appears to be a high ceiling that can not be seen in so well in the dark. There's a circular hole in the metal gratings that surround the area. From there, I can enter the area. I bent down and stepped into the walled-off area. Upon moving just a bit, I find a rifle! Yes! That's all I wanted. I know I shouldn't be shocked by, kind of impressed by how much memory a Game Boy game has. Well, this is Game Boy Advance, to be fair, but also, yeah, that's fair. Those tiny little cards can hold a decent bit. Oh boy. I pick up the rifle at my feet and try readying it. So I guess that means I missed the shotgun somehow. I didn't know I could do that. As I do so, an unspeakably unpleasant tremor comes from below me and shakes my entire body. It is not something that I can see. I decide this because I felt it only from below me. I can clearly tell that something with a long body like a caterpillar is moving around below me. As I move, it moves in the same direction, so it's obvious to me that it's aiming for me as it moves, and then it shows itself. Oh yeah, there it is. It's a giant caterpillar about 5 meters long. It sprays green liquid from its fierce tusk-covered mouth. I can tell that the liquid is poisonous just from looking at it, and that is definitely being discharged toward me. I did not dodge it in time, so some of the liquid got on my arm. The pain is sharp. Red is rising up from where the poisonous liquid got me as it's dissolving the components of my skin. Damn. I mean, we got the rifle. Since you missed it out on in the last game, cool you found it here. I know, right? That's kind of fun. Right, chat, I'm swapping to PS4, so I'm kind of leaving, kind of not. In short, no more talking from me. Good night, Snake. Thanks for hanging out, friend. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. Yeah, I know, it's not poison. It definitely sounds more like an acid. Okay, but if we run... I'm worried that if we stand here, then he melts the rifle. Whereas if we run, maybe we, like, get a good opportunity to shoot him. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. I don't know what happens if we die, or even if we can die. Rifle's long range, exactly. Uh-oh. Interesting. So I guess there's just missing localization text here. Yeah? Oh, that stinks. Well, oh wait, hold on. Let me. This is why I'm glad I've been saving every time we have a choice on the translated copy. I see it flickering, like it's trying to do something. Oh well. Stuff happens, rocks fall, and everyone dies. Okay, so move on to the steel plate or stay where I am. I mean, this feels like, oh, gotta check my posture. Take a swig of water. Actually, I could just leave it right here, nice and accessible. Just hate not having using a full keyboard. No, I totally get that. Same reason I don't like texting very often, because I'm real bad with the touchscreens. Is that Sandworm from Dune? We're gonna go with a definitely yes. All right, so I guess, I mean, like, I don't know if this was smart in, no, you know what? I think going on the steel plate was a good choice in the original game too. After moving onto the steel plate, I discovered one problem with doing so. I can no longer tell where it's coming from. I can only go with my intuition. Just where is it going to appear from? I gamble. Oh my god. Okay, so our options are behind, front, and side. I'm gonna guess from the side. From the side. I ready the rifle with my right hand. I can quickly attack to the left, but will take a little to attack from the right, so I wager on the left. I calm my breathing so that I will be able to fire as soon as I see it. However, it went against my prediction and appeared behind me. Ah! I won't make it in time. As soon as I turned around, the shower of poisonous liquid sprayed from its mouth and fell all over my face. Ugh! I cannot even speak. I wiped my face with my hands. This time I felt the pain of burning on the palms of my hands. I aimed at it and pulled the trigger over and over. The sounds of an explosion and then a scream repeated over and over. The great tremor shakes the earth and it escapes underground. Without resting, I stand, because my intuition tells me that Cheryl is in danger. So I guess he lives, but at what cost? It's not like we have healing items here. Oh, I'm nervous about this. Front, back, front, side to side. Only played Silent Hill 1 through 3 masterpieces. I mean, I've heard nothing but good things about them. So that's why I'm really excited to play every single one that's ever existed. Your hands are and face are terribly scarred now, I guess. I guess I'll just die. They're super frightened. Oh yeah. I leave the town center. Oh, I remember this. Perhaps the caterpillar from before was blocking my path to the hospital, as my route, which had been blocked until just before, was now restored. The entire town seemed like the insides of an enormous living thing. If part of it is treated, then part of it is destroyed. If part of it disappears, then part of it appears. I get the feeling that I'm wandering about with a living organism that has become a labyrinth. I opened the gate to the hospital and then energetically opened the door to the examination room. Inside, Lisa was waiting for me. Hi, Lisa. Harry. She changes from looking completely exhausted and rushes over to me in an innocent, childlike way. Glad you're okay. Thank God you came back. I was scared to be here all alone. I'm here now. I was worried too. I'm real happy to see you. I lightly hug Lisa and gently draw away. I then speak while looking into her eyes. Lisa, can you tell me how to get to the lake? The lake? You take Bachman Road. The road's blocked. I recall what Sybil told me. Well, that's the only way out of here. Are you sure? There's got to be another way. Lisa places her hand on her chin and thinks for a bit. Then her eyes open wide as if she has realized something. Wait, I just remembered something. What? There's a waterworks over by my old elementary school. It's been abandoned for years. There's an underground tunnel out there used for inspections or something. I remember hearing it runs all the way to the lake. Really? You think I can just get to the lake from there? I've never been down there myself, so I'm not positive. Besides, it's all fenced off to keep people out. If there's a chance, I've got to try. Lisa embraces me again, just as I think that her face is beginning to look tearful. Harry, don't go. I don't want to be alone. It's so scary, I can't stand it. This one room in an empty hospital, in this state in which monsters could kick in the door and enter at any time, she has no weapons in which to defend herself with. So, her being gripped with fear is only natural. What should I do? Take Lisa with me or leave her behind. He's okay? What about all the acid? I know, right? Glad you're okay ignoring the acid burns, I guess. It's so silly. Yeah, it does make me wonder if we can actually die. I mean, there is a save for the game, so I feel like if we die, we just like go back to a checkpoint or something. This is sketchy. She's alone in the hospital, no other people around, and monsters out there. Yeah, I'm not. There's no way I'm taking her with me. I don't trust this, not even for a second. Leave Lisa here. I waver. Is it okay for me to leave Lisa alone? But then, what will happen to Cheryl? Cheryl has only me to depend on. My concern for Cheryl cannot be compared with my concern for Lisa. And no matter what, she is my daughter. Look, just wait here a little longer. I'll be back as soon as I find my daughter. Perhaps those words rang cold for Lisa, but there's nothing that could be done. I must save my daughter. Harry. Sorry, Lisa. I leave the hospital. The water supply installation near the elementary school. I was told that I could go through those sewers and reach the lake that Cheryl was heading toward. I must hurry. As I began to run, I felt something fly over my head. It looks like something's flying in circles in the sky above me, but it's so dark I cannot see it so well. I climb the metal stairs of the building across the street and then head up to the roof. Oh boy. Here we go. What is this? A giant moth? I guess I didn't completely kill it. Oh, that's the caterpillar. I didn't realize these were the same creatures. Oh, that's cool. The caterpillar that I shot at the town center has followed me here. Boy. And it has matured. It dances against the black sky and looking down on me. In addition to the position that it can discharge from its mouth, or the poison that it can discharge from its mouth, it now has a stinger in which to stick me with. I'm in danger. Fire the rifle while avoiding it. Hide in the shadows of the buildings. Hide in the shadows of the buildings? No, we're gonna shoot it. You didn't realize they were the same creature? Yeah, I don't know why I didn't realize it. I just kind of thought it was like a sandworm and then a moth creature. So could we say that Harry is tripping on acid? Yes, absolutely. He's tripping on something. As Sybil said, drugs. I guess I'll shoot it while avoiding it. I mean, like, that's how I did it last time. I fire the rifle. However, it's adept in the air and evades my aim, leaving the bullet only to hit air before being swallowed by darkness. Great. Calm down, I told myself. I must focus only on one target. Probably the abdomen, right? I mean... if we take out one of its wings, maybe it can't dodge as well? I don't know. I didn't try shooting the wings on the, like, gargoyle boys.
Let's try shooting the wings.
I aim at its wings. Its wings are so large that even if I did blow a hole in one, it would not make much of a difference. The base of its wings. If I destroy the joint at the base of its wings, then they will no longer function. I adjust my aim. However, aiming at such a small area is quite difficult for an amateur like me. Besides, my opponent can freely fly in the sky, which makes me think that the shot is near impossible. Oh gosh. While dodging it, I point a barrel of the gun at the soft area below its chest. So basically, they're like, you chose poorly. Harry's just gonna choose for you. It adeptly uses its large wings to pursue me, but eventually its strength runs out and falls between two buildings.
Alright, I guess that worked out.
Green liquid leaks from its insides, and its screams echo throughout the town.
He chose poorly.
I did. The nightmare still continues. After passing through the sewers connected... Wow, we didn't do anything in the sewers. Interesting. After passing through the sewers connected to the water supply installation near the elementary school, I came up the most popular part of Silent Hill, the lakeside tourist spot. However, in spite of this, there is no reason to expect anyone to be here. The area is wrapped in darkness and in a condition in which it would be impossible to walk around without a flashlight. First, I decided to enter Annie's bar, which lies on the road to the lake. As I approached the door, I noticed what sounded like a struggle coming from the other side. When I open the door, inside, Kaufman is there. Dr. Michael Kaufman, that is certainly what he said his name was. A monster has him cornered. His back is against the far wall of the bar, and he is out of breath. He did not notice me come into the bar, and looked as if he had lost all hope. I pointed my gun at the monster and fired. Even after the monster had died, with a cry like a metallic twisting, Kaufman just stared into the air, looking completely worn out. Out of the sewers anyways, they're real creepy. I mean, I'm not I'm not upset about it. Real crappy. Are you okay? As I spoke to him, he weakly stood up, brushed his pants twice, and then slowly looked toward me.
Yeah, I guess so. But I'm beat. I thought I was a goner there. So how'd it go? Did you find a way out?
No, not yet. How about you?
Zip. But it's too soon to give up. This craziness can't go on forever. A military rescue squad should be here any time now. If they come through the town, we're home free.
He looked at the darkness outside the window and clenched his fists.
I hope so, I say.
I better get going. This isn't the time to stand around flapping...
This isn't the time to stand around flapping our gums.
He fixed his collar and then began to walk out the door. He walked as if he were incredibly hungry, and when he reached the door, I asked him the question that had been on my mind for quite some time. Kaufman. I ask him about Alessa, or I show him the picture of Alessa. Ooh. I think I'm going to show him the picture. I'm very curious. I mean, what other reason? Pic's worth 1,000 words. That's what I'm saying, right? All right, let's do this. Do you know this girl? His hand, which he had placed on the doorknob, paused for a moment. Then he looked back at me. I hold the picture of Alessa in my hand. Upon seeing it, a look of horror appears on Kaufman's face, and he freezes. Just who in the hell are you? I was unable to understand the meaning of his question. In the next instant, Kaufman turned and then left the room as if he were sucked through the door. Dr. Michael Kaufman. He definitely has some secret. While I'm not sure whether it's connected to me rescuing Cheryl or not, he knows the main reason why this town has undergone a transformation. I followed him so that he did not notice me. Oh, we gotta get the thing in his motorcycle! He races through the dark alleys. Perhaps it is because he is unfamiliar with the geography here. The sound of the harsh wind blowing down from the mountains as it is cuts through the eaves of the buildings, hides my footsteps and my presence. I continued carefully, tail him, making sure not to lose sight of him. Finally, his small figure opened the door of a certain building, and he disappeared inside. He went into a motel. Ah, okay, here we go. But not into one of the guest rooms. The door he went through is one that is off limits to outsiders and only for use by employees. I press down on my heart, which feels like it's going to explode. With my left hand, I open the door that Kaufman just used and head inside. Inside, ancient dust is everywhere, and the room reeks of mildew. It looks to be a garage. Oil, a sprayer, tires, and such have been placed on a dirty metal shelf. Odd. Kaufman is nowhere to be found. There's only one other door in the room, and it's slightly open. He must have went through there into another room. However, I did not go after him right away. Instead, my attention turned to the motorcycle near the wall, and I stopped. The gas tank of the motorcycle differs from the rest of the motorcycle, as it's oddly clean and shiny. The motorcycle is covered in dust, and it's not possible to even distinguish what color it is. But I get the feeling that the gas tank area alone has been fiddled with by someone. I tried gently opening the gas tank. Inside the gas tank there is a black vinyl bag that is protecting a small glass bottle. At the moment I was about to reach out to it, a familiar voice stopped me.
Give me that.
When I turned, Kaufman was just staring at me, his face white with anger. He clenched his fists, or his clenched fists were shaking with rage.
What is this? It's none of your business.
Instead of messing with that, how about
coming up with a way to get out of here? Shouldn't be hanging around here goofing off. What do you think you're doing? You want to get yourself killed? Get out of here.
Even if he had not said that, I understood. I didn't know just how important the small bottle was to him, but I didn't think that it would help me find Cheryl. So I gave it to him. Okay, take it easy. Unless you want to die,
keep your mind on your business. Got it?
Saying that, Kaufman... Oh boy, forgot to advance this. Saying that, Kaufman acts calm and leaves the garage. I think that guy's got to be involved with the local drug racket. Man, was he pissed. And in such a rush, too. There's probably dope in the bottle. Anyway, better let him do as he pleases. There's more than my life at stake. Then I realize that I'm wasting time and immediately leave the hotel. I check the map and then head to the greatest part of the sightseeing area, the lakeside. My visible breath brushes by my cheeks, drifting in the air as if to mark my trail, and then finally becoming one with the air around it. And then the area gradually began turning into that nightmarish world. I abruptly came to a stop. This time, the change is not instant like before. This town, the world seems like it's being dumped into a demon's body, and I'm filled with that feeling that there's no going back. Something has changed. In a way that cannot be undone. There's a roadside before me, so I run along it. That is all I can do. Is there any hope? Is Cheryl alive? In this situation, I cannot be sure of anything. I frequently have to fight off the urge to get sick. However, I believe that I will find something if I continue forward on this road. I run across a pier, and without thinking about it, I wrenched the door of a small boat stopped midway along the pier open and rush inside it. Good old Sybil. There's already a passenger inside the boat. Sybil! Harry! Our voices revealed that we were both relieved. How did you get back here? I followed the sewer. Were you the one who cut the fence? Yeah. I'm glad you made it. I was worried about you. You were worried? Where did you disappear to? Never mind. I want to know what's going on here. What is with this town? I condensed the things that happened to me into one somewhat unclear conclusion. I looked at Sybil and began to speak. This may sound really off the wall, but listen to me. You've got to believe me. I haven't gone crazy and I'm not fooling around. At first I thought I was losing my mind, but now I know I'm not. It's not me. This whole town, it's being invaded by the other world. By a world of someone's nightmarish delusions come to life. Little by little, the invasion is spreading, trying to swallow up everything in darkness. I think I'm finally beginning to understand what that lady was talking about. Harry, hold on a minute. I don't get it. Look, I don't understand it all myself. I guess I can't explain it. I honestly revealed how I felt. Well, what's making this happen? I don't know that either. But I do know Cheryl is there. There? Under whoever created this darkness, Cheryl is somewhere. She needs my help. Once I finished explaining everything, Sybil faintly smiled and looked at me as if she was worried. Harry, this whole thing's been a major blow to you. You need to rest. I was let down. This world, its state, and the reason it became like this, I understood, and I wanted Sybil to understand it as well. Even though I'm a writer, I'm cursed by a limited vocabulary. This is something that upsets me about myself. Sybil, I was speaking, the door slowly, or as I was speaking, the door slowly opened, and I could see someone enter the room. It was not a monster, but a human. Your cursor's in the shape of a pyramid. Coincidence? I think not.
The demon is awakening. Spreading those wings.
Dahlia Gillespie.
Was it not as I said? I see it all now. Yes, everything. Hungry for sacrifice, the demon will swallow up the land. I knew this day would come, and what's more, the task is almost finished. There's only two left. To seal this town into the abyss, the mark of Samael. When it's completed, all is lost. Even in the daytime, darkness will cover the sun, the dead will walk, and martyrs will burn in the fires of hell. Everyone will die.
So what am I supposed to do? I've got to save Cheryl.
It is simple. Stop the demon. The demon that's taking the child's form. Stop it before your daughter becomes a sacrifice. Before it's too late. Stop it. Stop it.
What do I do?
Stop it! Go to the lighthouse and the lake, and to the center of the amusement park. Make haste. You are the only hope.
Well, this is cool, but I have to get some sleep. Good luck not dying. Good night, House. Thanks for hanging out, friend. I hope you get some good rest. Look, Harry, I really don't get what's going on, but if there's a chance that we could save your daughter, I'm in. I'll check out the amusement park. You go to the lighthouse. Sybil. I mean, this is interesting. Narratively, Sybil's supposed to go to the amusement park. I wonder what would happen, though, if we switched it up. I mean, we'll stick with the way it's supposed to be. But I am very curious. Getting tilted in Among Us? As you should be! That's the only way to play Among Us. Alright, we're going to the lighthouse. Sybil, thanks. Gripping her handgun, Sybil left the boat and disappeared into the darkness.
You will need to use it,
says Dahlia. Use what?
the Floros. Only with that you can stop it.
Wait, the Floros. I check inside my pockets. The four-sided object. However, does Sybil have such an object as well? No, that's not likely. If she did, then she probably would have been able to understand my story a little better. What about Sybil? I consider chasing after Sybil. However, my true goal is rescuing my daughter. And Sybil, with the same goal, is risking her life as she heads to the amusement park. I think I should believe Sybil. No, maybe it is merely my selfishness telling me that. However, my destination is the lighthouse. That is not far from here. To run there is my mission and my fate. I entered the lighthouse and then ascended to the spiral staircase to arrive at the roof. And then I could not believe my eyes. A giant crest is present on the floor, standing in the roof of the lighthouse. The Mark of Samael. This is what Dahlia called it. She said I must not let it get completed. That this town is gradually being eroded away by this crest. Alessa was standing there. She looked as if she had just now completed the marking or making the mark here, and she just looked at me without any change in her expression. For the first time, we faced each other, each of us understanding each other to a certain degree. Just as I thought that her eyes showed a little sadness, she turned around suddenly, disappeared as if she had jumped from this tall lighthouse. Alessa, wait! Got a bad feeling. I'll head back to the boat or rush to the vicinity where Alessa disappeared from. I mean, I got a bad feeling. I know that Sybil is definitely in danger. In order to return to the boat from before, I retraced my steps from the lighthouse. The small boat stopped midway along the pier. Perhaps Sybil had returned, and with that expectation in mind, I opened the door, leading to the inside of the boat. But Sybil is not here. Maybe she's still on the way to the amusement park, or maybe she has already arrived there, or maybe something has happened to her. With a current of guessing that raced like a revolving lantern, I ran toward the amusement park. Oh, interesting. The translated version has me decide here if I picked up the red liquid or the blue purple or the knife. So I think I picked the right one. Yeah, raging is probably a good way to describe what tilted is. I arrive at the amusement park going through the sewers. In the amusement park, which is changed to the form of the other world, several of the attractions run constantly as if they were broken toys. I pass by the Ferris wheel and arrive at the merry-go-round. However, only this attraction is not running. While it is only natural for a ride to not be in operation, it seems unnatural for this merry-go-round to not be running. I walk around it. While slipping between the horses, I look for Sybil. Quite a bit of time has passed since she came here. I suppose maybe she didn't find Cheryl and headed back to that ship. But the only way to get here is through those sewers. If she had gone back, then we would have ran across each other at some point. Huh? What is this? I slowly kneel down and try touching it. The dark green liquid is still warm. Something moved through here, and if this trail is traced, it will lead back to the source of the liquid. Boy, it's further behind than I thought. And then, in the darkness, I see Sybil from behind. Sybil. I try calling out to her. Only the low sound of the motor of the Ferris wheel echoes from afar. She should be able to hear me. I take another look at her. She slowly stood up from the wheelchair. Odd. I do not see the brave attitude that was present in her just before. She walks as if something drained life out of her, like she's wandering about for no reason. I approach her. I call out to her once more. As I do this, Sybil staggers as she slowly turns and confirms my presence. And then, as if I'm watching her in slow motion, she raises her right arm until it's parallel with the ground. And then a bullet fires from the handgun she's holding. Sybil, it's me, Harry! The bullet grazes my shoulder, and with a discordant metallic sound, it hits one of the wooden horses. She is coming toward me. Her eyes no longer appear to be human. The eerie red color of her eyes does not make it look like her life force has been drained, but instead makes it appear as if she has been possessed by some evil being. I was too late, I think. Her heart has been devoured by someone, not by Alessa. What is there no longer Sybil? Just an alter ego of Alessa that is using Sybil's body? At that time I remembered. I searched my pockets. I got it. The plastic bottle. The vermilion liquid is inside it. I scooped it up in the hospital. The red of Sybil's eyes looked a lot like the red of that liquid. I hold up the plastic bottle so Sybil can see it and shake it left and right. And just for a moment, her expression changes to one of imploring. She must be aware. But she seems to be caught on the edge of her body that will not let her do her bidding. It's like she's being attracted to me. With her gun ready, Sybil approaches. Upon closer inspection, I can see that her eyes are full of tears. I unscrew the cap of the plastic bottle. No one is riding the wooden horses, so their speed increases. I think that it is like time is rapidly passing for everything but the two of us. At the same time as the hammer falls in Sybil's gun with a click, I sprinkle the liquid in the plastic bottle on Sybil without leaving a drop inside. Oh yeah, we grabbed the liquid this time. Gah. Sybil tries to speak, and her face twists agonizingly. At the same time, white smoke rises from her entire body, and gravity pulls her to the ground face down. And then a creepy creature that is shaped like a human organ burrowed up out of Sybil's back and approaches my feet. I forcefully crush it under my foot with all my might. Yes! Sybil, wake up! Snap out of it! Sybil does not respond. Sybil! After a bit, Sybil opens her eyes. Her eyes are a calm blue. Harry? What happened? Shh, don't talk. I'll take care of you. A look of relief appears on her face and she closes her eyes again. Once I am done binding her wound, I close my eyes as well and place my hand on Sybil's shoulder. Harry, why did they take your daughter? Why her? I'm not sure myself. But you know, Cheryl isn't my biological daughter. I actually hadn't told her yet. She probably already knows anyway, though. We found her abandoned on the side of the highway. That makes sense! She was still a baby, and nobody knew where she came from. We didn't have any kids of our own. My wife was sick and didn't look like she was getting any better, so we took Cheryl in. So, in that case, there might be some connection between Cheryl and this town. So what do you do now? Well then, a changeling then. I mean, kind of, I guess. Cheryl is my daughter. I will save her, no matter what. I slowly open my eyes. Oh, I guess I fell far behind. And then, just as I had predicted, she appeared. Alessa. The girl that warped this town and its residents in her other world. That girl carefully formed her body out of the light and appeared right in front of me. I began to talk to the demon. I figured you'd show. Hold it right there. I don't know who you are, what you're trying to do, and I don't care. Just one thing. Let Cheryl go. That's all I ask. Before I finish speaking, Alessa raises her right hand toward the sky. And then she brings her arm down, and my entire body is blown backward. My body tumbles across the ground like a rag for about 30 meters and then finally comes to rest. Damn. Such incredible power. A servant of God, a demon's power. A normal person like me has no chance against her. Power is gushing out of her body and emits a pale light. I cannot even approach her. Huh? What is this? Suddenly a blinding light emits from my pocket. It's that four-sided object, the fluoros. Light shoots out in a straight line from each of the points of the triangles and eventually rises up to the air. Just as I thought that the great light sound it was wrapped in meant that its power was greater than Alessa's, the power of the fluoros condensed became a beam of light and pierced Alessa's body. Just as I was before, Alessa was blown backward by that power, which she could not overcome. Where's Cheryl? Give me back my daughter. I was on the verge of passing out, and I thought of Cheryl. All I can do is calmly look at the unbelievable sight before me as it unfolds before my eyes. What just happened? Is Cheryl okay? However, she does not answer me. Instead, a hoarse voice passes into my thoughts and is accompanied by the sound of footsteps.
We meet at last, Alessa.
Dahlia Gillespie. Unable to move from my prone position, I thought about whose voice that was, and then using all my strength, I stand. After confirming that it was Dahlia in front of me, I spoke in a voice that was nearly a yell. Where's Cheryl? Where is she? Dahlia does not hear me yelling. She does not look back and looks at Alessa with a creepy smile.
Alessa, this is the end of your little game.
Mama. Mother, I'm confused. Huh? Could she be...
You've been a nasty little pest, haven't you, Alessa? I was careless, thinking you couldn't escape from our spell. But Mommy didn't know how much you'd grown. That's why I couldn't catch you all by myself. But what a pity, yes? Now you're half indebted to this man for his help.
Hey, what are you talking about? My voice just echoes emptily in the darkness.
Alessa, my dear little girl, there is one thing left I need you to do for me.
No, get away from me.
Bad girl. Everything is ready. Let's go home now. Where's Rachel?
What? What about Cheryl?
Where's Cheryl?
Just where is she? Give me back my daughter. My daughter. Cheryl. Oh, interesting. Select A if you went to the lighthouse. Select B if you went after Sybil to the amusement park. I did both! Well, we'll save just in case. You should watch that. I went to the lighthouse. I wonder if they're asking if I went to the lighthouse or the amusement park. Lisa? What happened? Where's Alessa and Dahlia? Harry, listen. Something you said before has been bothering me. I just can't get it out of my head. What is it, Lisa? So I went to look in the basement. Even though I was scared as hell. Like you said, there were those creepy rooms. But nothing really unusual down there. But while I was down there, I got this weird feeling. Like I'd been there before. Like something happened there, but I can't quite remember somehow. What was it? Harry, help me. I'm so scared. I can't take this. It's only a temporary thing. You're in shock from when you were knocked out. Don't fret about it. You'll remember in a while. No. You don't understand. Wait. Where do you think you're going? Harry? Lisa. What's the matter with you? I get it now. Why I'm still alive even though everyone else is dead. I'm not the only one who's still walking around. I'm the same as them. I just hadn't noticed it before. Lisa? Stay by me, Harry. Please? I'm so scared. Help me. Save me from them. Please, Harry. Sorry, I cannot stay with you. Don't worry, I will do what I can. Well, here we go again. Considering that we know that she is corrupted by evil, let's not stay with Lisa. I'm sorry, but there are things I have to take care of. I don't think I can protect you. Lisa has tears in her eyes. I'm afraid. I cannot do anything alone. I'm a helpless woman. Please. I thought for a bit and I came to a conclusion. I cannot do it. I love my daughter. Lisa appealed to me in a tearful voice. That girl, you don't even know if she's alive or not. You don't even know where she is now. You should be worried about the person that is alive right in front of you. I lightly exhaled. No matter what you say, I must go. Please understand what I'm going through. Please. Saying that, I turned toward the door. Lisa reached out to my shoulder, but I did not look back. Lisa's condition becomes abnormal. She then extends her hand out toward me. Help me. She doesn't say it, but I know that's what she's saying from the movement of her lips. While she stares into the air, Lisa's body appears to drift and wriggle as she edges toward me at one step at a time. She falls to her knees. She falls on her hands. With me fixed on her sight, Lisa's falling headlong down a staircase to death. And then Lisa stopped moving. Kind of want to see what happens with the non-canon answer. I know, right? I'm a little curious too. With Lisa now no more than a doll in front of me, I once again notice that I'm inside the hospital. A place which is wrapped in evil atmosphere that I have never seen the likes of. Ask the doctor to let me quit being in charge of that patient. It's too weird. That room is filled with insects. Even with the doors and windows shut, they get them to spite me to the hospital. Still alive, but with wounds that won't heal. Blood and pus pour from the bathroom faucet. I try to stop it, but it won't turn off. Feeling bad. Need to throw up, but nothing comes out. Vomiting only bile. Need drug. Told the doctor I quit. I won't work at that hospital anymore. Someone help me. The pocket radio continues to make noise. The raging of the unknown things around me rocks my eardrums. Those monsters which always approach shortly after I use my flashlight, it's all I could do to intimidate them with the gun while running away. After running for a bit, I realize that I'm no longer in the original hospital. I have no way of knowing where he is. Bridging the gap of my faint consciousness, I move from place to place. I am being moved by someone. Maybe that is the best way to think about it. Or maybe I'm just painfully wandering around inside my own nightmare. I cannot tell at all. I can only trust my senses and rely on my own judgment. And then I raise my head. A straight corridor extends forward from where I'm standing. I slowly walk forward. One door seems to call out to me, and so I approach it. Suddenly, the wall of the room creaks with a boom, and then the floor I was standing on begins to rapidly descend along with the rest of the room. I felt like I would begin floating in the air, so I used my arms to brace myself. I then passed out. It hurts. My whole body hurts. When I come to, I find that I'm on the floor of a classroom in an elementary school. My body is spread out on the floor like the Japanese character. Hey! Hey! Kitty Chow! Oh gosh, let me scroll. Thank you so much for the raid! How's it going? Welcome on in, everyone. And nice seeing you here. How's it going? Let's give you a shout out. Good thought I'd raid my new friend. Aw, yeah. Where the heck did my cursor go? Did my cursor go? I can't. There it is. Shout out. Catty Chow. Catty Chow is a true hero of time. They've been saving the timeline of the Legend of Zelda Wind Waker universe. Oh, God. I was just talking about that game a week or so ago on how I think that game, out of all the Zelda games, might be the best designed game, best designed Zelda game out of all of the games. It's so good. Wind Waker is such a delightful experience. I will never get tired of that one. But welcome on in, everyone. If you've never been here before, we do chrono streams, which means we play through entire franchises in chronological order. And that's exactly what we're doing with Silent Hill today. Well, on, what's today? Mondays? Mondays. And we're doing that with Zelda, the whole Zelda franchise on Saturdays. And we've just recently started Hyrule Warriors. That's what brought us over to Catty Chow. Your favorite Twilight Princess. Twilight Princess is so good. I'd only played it maybe once before. Yeah, no, I only played it once before we did it on the stream. So playing it again on the stream was like, this is so amazing. I barely remember any of this. So it's like playing it again for the first time. Wind Waker is definitely momentous. It's so good. It's ridiculous. And that music, the music in Wind Waker is like one of the few that like, ooh, it fills my heart with so much happiness. So much so that we actually played one of the like Wind Waker theme at my wedding. Dragon Roost Island is such a bop. It's so good. That's definitely, that's one of the two like core songs that whenever I hear it, I'm just like, I can't not just like be filled with joy and like nostalgic wonder. So what we're playing today is it's a Game Boy Advanced version of the original Silent Hill, but in visual novel form. And it's been very interesting because it deviates a little bit and then stays very similar in some other ways. So, but I was able to do, because of this, I was able to maybe get I'm on path to get the best ending, which I was unable to achieve before. So I'm hoping, I got high hopes that we can get the like everybody wins ending. We're here for the spoopy. Oh yeah. So this is in Japanese, but I actually have a, because this game only ever released in Japan, but some crazy people made a fan translation. So I actually have that on a separate computer that I'm reading off of. So I promise I'm not actually as good at reading Japanese as it sounds like. I can hear someone talking. I cannot make out what they are saying very well. As I lay on my back, I can see who's talking just by looking around. I cannot believe my eyes. Over there I see Dahlia and Alessa. They look like ghosts, and I can see through their bodies. He lies, he's a translating god. I do my best. No, I don't want to. Do what Mommy tells you now. I just want you to lend me a teeny bit of your power. That's all. No, I don't want to do it. It will make everyone happy, and it's for your own good, too. Oh, but Mommy, I just want to be with you. Just the two of us. Please understand. Oh, yes, I see. Maybe Mommy has been wrong. Mommy, why didn't I see this before? There's no reason to wait.
Herein lies the mother's womb containing the power to create life. I could have done it all myself.
Mommy? I also definitely get misaligned sometimes. Finally, they suddenly disappear. The classroom regains its stillness as if nothing had happened. I got on my knees, stood up, and looked around my surroundings. Chairs and desks were arranged in order. Using them as support, I unsteadily walk toward the exit. At the moment I place my hand on the wooden sliding door, it opens with great force as if it had a mind of its own. Then the large flow of air coming from beyond it thrusts me into a dark space. I was forced down. I found that I had been thrown into a room of the hospital again. My body had rubbed on the disgustingly dirty floor. I picked myself up and suppressed the urge to vomit while brushing off my shirt several times. A videocassette recorder had been installed here, and it looked like it could be used. I insert the tape that I had picked up at some point into it. At some point, which we definitely did not actually pick up. And timidly press the play button. After a moment of static, a picture appears. On the screen, Lisa appears. She is sitting alone with her elbows on a desk and her head down. I turn up the volume on the monitor and listen carefully. What is it? Still has unusually high fever. Eyes don't open. Getting a pulse. Just barely breathing. Her skin is all charred. Even when I change the bandages, the blood and pus just start oozing through. Why? What's keeping that child alive? I can't stand it any longer. I won't tell a soul. Promise. So please. And then the screen goes black. The tape was ejected as if it were something dirty being spit out. It fell to the floor and broke with a crash. There is no doubt someone is eating away at my consciousness. The magnetic tape extends out of the fallen videocassette and wraps around my legs. I try to get away, but the tentacles of the tape get around my neck and begin to tighten. With both hands, I try as hard as I can to tear the tape away that is twisted around my neck. But I'm halfway passing out, and so my hands do not have the strength to do so. In the light that is reaching my pupils, I can faintly detect what appears to be human figures. They are standing around a bed with Dahlia on the left and Kaufman on the right. And just a bit away from him, some people in white coats that looks like doctors. Each of them has troubled look on their faces and at the face of the person lying in the bed. Everything is going according to plan.
Oh, sheltered in the womb.
But it's not done yet. Half of the soul is lost. That's why the seed lies dormant. And what if the soul remains captured and the husk buried deep down in the subconscious? What are you trying? Are you saying that it won't work? That wasn't our agreement.
No, these are just stalling tactics. If we lend a hand, we will be able to get power. Never fear. A promise shall not be broken.
But the power we can draw now will be very weak, almost nothing, unless we get the other half of the soul.
We'll use a magical spell. Feeling this child's pain, it's sure to come.
But that will take time. And then the illusion fades away. I carefully observe the inside of the room. The room is... I've been here before, I think. The tape which should be tightly wrapped around my throat is gone. I realize that my own hands are wrapped around my throat. Something is on top of the desk that has been placed in the center of the room. This isn't the first time I've been here. When I was here before, I was certain that, unlike other rooms, I had sensed warmth and presence of a person in this room. When I looked at the picture on the desk, my belief changed. Alessa, I try calling out to her. She is the instigator that created this other world. However, it would be hard for anyone to forgive the experiment that was carried out on her body under the pretext of a magical spell. This is where she lived. Her hate spirals out of this cursed wing of the hospital. However, there's no way to prove the reality of it, as all I have is a vague sense of it. Reflecting in my blank eyes, the room I'm in begins to change shape. Hey, Riptu! Yeah! What's up, Riptu? How you doing, bud? Welcome on in, everybody, from the Riptu raid. I gotta find a better way to use this keyboard. Shout out Riptu. Riptu is a true hero of time. They've been saving the timeline of Marvel Avengers universe. Riptu, how are you liking that so far? Also, go check out Riptu if you've never been over there. He's an absolute delight. I love hanging out over there whenever I can. I liked at least the tiny bit of that game that I got to play on the show, but I know it's a bit contended. Hey Chris, I come from a raid while I was here at the same time stream. I've definitely been in that exact position plenty of times too. That's pretty fantastic. But welcome on in, everyone. If you've never been here before, we do chrono streams, which means we play through entire franchises in chronological order, and that's exactly what we're doing with Silent Hill. And on Saturdays, we do that same thing with the Zelda franchise, and it's been a heckin' good time. We put so many hours into Avengers over the weekend. I know it's divisive, but I think I'm all in. Hell yeah. I'm just glad you're having fun with it, Rip2. That's honestly all that really matters. That's the one thing I always feel like I look for when I watch other people's streams. It's like, I just want to see other people having a good time. And I get that there's definitely like a crowd that loves people, watching people in anguish and like hating on stuff. And I'm just like, nah, I want you to have a good time. I want to have a good time. I want everyone to have a good time. So this is Silent Hill Play Novel. This is a Game Boy Advanced game that is basically a narrative retelling of the original Silent Hill with like visual novel design, if that makes sense. The bed and the picture frame from before are gone, and the room transforms into a completely different one. I know. Me neither, honestly. I only thought there was like, Silent Hill 1 through 4. And then some of the others. And then I had to put my Chrono Stream list together and found out that there are 18 Silent Hill games. 20 if you include the pachinko games. But how was your stream, Rip2? I hope y'all had a good time. I'm there for the Vita one. Hell yeah. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna stream that one too, because either I gotta get a Vita and mod it so that I can stream off of it, or something. I don't know. I thought there was a way to play Vita games on the PS3, but I think I was wrong. This is a child's room. Stuffed animals and art supplies are scattered all over. I noticed something. Huh? I think I just saw something flash. Does it work on those Vita TV, PlayStation TV? Probably. Although I think it is PlayStation TV. Do they sell that anymore though? That's what I'm worried about. Maybe I should be stalking eBay for one of those bad boys. Oh, this is a puzzle. Oh gosh. I mean, like, I'm assuming we're just poking around till we find a thing. Oh! I found a key. This key invites me. Boy, what a puzzle. Had I not been very careful, I would not have found it, as it was hidden behind one of the butterflies. There's a door in front of me. As I approach it, it seems to edge up to me. As I extend my hand toward the knob, the door makes a light tapping sound and begins opening as if inviting me into the heart of something evil. What was the point of the key? If I saved Sybil in the amusement park, or if I killed Sybil in the amusement park, I saved her! Bedtime for you? Thanks for hanging out, Weird Demon is. It was a delight having you here. I hope you get some good rest. Alright, we definitely saved Sybil. Oh, for folks that don't know, I have a localized, like, fan-translated version of the game off on a different computer that I'm reading off of. I'm not actually reading this Japanese. I'm definitely not that talented. I finally arrived at the deepest level of the other world. Inside the door, it is wide, and the floor is a metal grating. It is filled with an evil atmosphere. Additionally, it is accompanied by strong power that I have felt before. The ceiling is too high for me to see. This is a giant space so large that I cannot tell if I'm outside or not. I carefully walk into the large space, one step at a time. The answers I seek are probably in this room. Sybil has arrived here before me and has her gun readied. There are two people off in the direction that her gun is pointed at. Dahlia and Alessa. It is definitely those two. I was shocked. Oh, hey! Sent W, thank you so much for the follow. Glad you've been having a good time so far. This game is so ridiculous. I was shocked to realize the talisman of the Metraton was being used. In spite of the lost soul returning at last. Just a little longer and all would have been for naught. It's all because of that man. We must be thankful to him. Even though Alessa has been stopped, his little girl has to go. What a pity. Freeze! Sybil yelled loudly and her trembling finger pulled the trigger. An explosion resounds and the bullet starts toward the two women. Oh, there it is. I was like, there's probably a sound effect here. However, the bullet smashes into an invisible barrier just before it can hit Dahlia, and it shatters into pieces. Dahlia smiles as if saying, "But of course." What in the devil's name? Dahlia's demeanor becomes serious at the same time I think I see something flash in front of Sybil. In the next moment, Sybil's body flies in an arc through the air and lands near where I'm standing. Dahlia still has not noticed me. I boldly walk toward Dahlia and I scream at her. Dang! Stop this, Dahlia. Dahlia shows no compunction? It's a new word for me. Or surprise, and turns to face me with calm expression on her face. Well, well, well. To think you'd made it this far. Where's Cheryl? What have you done to her? What are you talking about? You've seen her many times. Restored to her former self. I'm in no mood for your jokes. I don't understand. Oh, I didn't understand what she was saying. Don't you see? She's right there. Right there? Only Alessa draped in her blue clothing is where Dahlia's pointing. That's absurd. You're the only one who thinks so. Why? Why are you doing this? It's been a long 7 years. For the 7 years since that terrible day, Alessa's been kept alive, suffering a fate worse than death. Alessa has been trapped in an endless nightmare from which she never awakens. He has been nurtured by that nightmare, waiting for the day to be born. That day has finally come. The time is nigh. Everyone will be released from pain and suffering. Our salvation is at hand. This is the day of reckoning, when all of our sorrows will be washed away, when we return to the true paradise. My daughter will be the mother of God. At about the exact time I began to speak, another voice drowned mine out. Quit screwing around. Return things to how they were before. Kaufman. Dr. Michael Kaufman stood there out of breath as if he had just arrived in time.
Did I ask for this? Nobody uses me. You won't get away with this. Your role is over.
We don't need you anymore. What do you think you can do by What did you think you could accomplish by coming here?
A smile appears on Kaufman's face as he reaches into his pocket. My, aren't we getting cocky? Bet you can't see this and keep your cool. The item that Kaufman pulled out of his pocket. It's definitely the small bottle I found in the gas tank of the motorcycle that was in the garage somewhere. Aglaophotis?
I thought I got rid of that. All I had was to plant it somewhere for you to find. Well, it kept you busy.
Ah, you're easy. And there's more where that came from.
Stop it.
Kaufman throws the small bottle at Alessa. All four of us watch the bottle fly in a beautiful parabola where our eyes fixed on the sacred liquid within. There's tension. Although she is normally calm and composed, that drug is enough to frighten Dahlia. That small bottle hit part of Alessa's body, shattered into pieces, and soaked Alessa uncomfortably with the red liquid that was inside. Dahlia looks completely emancipated as she watched the whole thing. However, not me nor anyone could have predicted the situation that came from that event. Here we go! Alessa's back splits open and a giant creature, the likes of which I've never seen before, tears through the cloth of the one-piece dress Alessa is wearing. It looks like an insect breaking out of its cocoon just as it's being born. Oh boy. It has large wings and a head like a bull, and with its green muscles swelling, it rose up and out of its mother's body, Alessa, and then let out an earth-shakingly brutal evil cry and looked down at us. Huh? What the? I yell out, not addressing anyone in particular. What on earth? That's not supposed to... Kaufman just stands there in utter amazement as the events unfold unlike he had expected. It's awakening! It's awake!
Now no one can interfere.
Dahlia, in a fit of insanity, had a feeling that could not be described as pleasant or angry. Cheryl, I call my daughter's name one more time.
Give up. That person no longer exists. This is a god descended among us to reach out and save us.
I edge up to Alessa, the mother's body that had been cast off. There I could see Cheryl about to fade away as always. Thank you, Daddy. Goodbye. I'm certain that is what she said to me. Cheryl? Can't be. You can't leave like this. Cheryl is already beginning to run away from me. This can't be happening. Cheryl! Cheryl! I yell out. The figure of my daughter who I have been searching for gradually dissolves into the darkness, just like the figure I saw when I first arrived in Silent Hill. Cheryl, wait! Then, electricity overflowed the entire body of the creature that was born from Alessa. It divided into several lightning bolts, which struck above my head. I run about trying to escape. However, the band of electricity follows me and constantly appears in front of me. I've begun to sweat, and it's getting in my eyes. If I keep running about like this, I will be beaten. I vaguely think, even if it means that Cheryl will not come back, by killing this conceptually evil creature, the situation will clearly improve for the better. I ready my weapon. During the short time between the lightning strikes, I fire many bullets into the creature's body. During that short time from when it spreads its large wings and becomes ready to strike, I do not even think about ceasing my attack. Cheryl's smile fits through the back of my mind. What was it she wanted? When we decided to travel to Silent Hill, you were the one to suggest it, right, Cheryl? Were you called here, or did you wish to come here of your own will? Cheryl, I loved you more than anyone, and I still do even now. That's the truth. However, I must bury this creature. I must make up for the sins that Cheryl took from me. And then, when the final bullet penetrated its body... Proud of you for beating this tonight, Chris? Why, thank you, Shido. We still have maybe 2 more stories to go through, though, but I'm guessing they're not going to be as long. It lost the means to keep its body together, and finally the pieces of its body fell apart and dissolved into the darkness. It was completely gone. The large space began to shake heavily. A loud, horrifying noise rises up from the below, and with it, my existence is thrown from dimension to dimension, and I feel pain just being there. Hooey! Fire is broken out in various places in the area, and I can tell that this space, as well as the entire town, are on the verge of collapsing. Alessa lies on her stomach in the center of the space, and she shows no signs of moving from there. She's just protecting her entire body in a bird-like manner. She desperately holds out the new life that is just below her abdomen toward me. I run over to Alessa. A pained expression rises on Alessa's face as she hands the newborn baby to me. The hellfires burn with force and spread around me, and my life is threatened. There's not enough time left to try to rescue Alessa from here. I hold the baby she gave me tightly to my chest and begin to run from this twisted space in search of somewhere else safe. Sybil, who is unconscious, regains consciousness and begins to run behind me to escape from the pit of this mad world. I look back at Sybil, and then I saw the largest ball of flames up into this point was closing in behind. Sybil, watch out! The great fireball, which was more than enough to completely burn both of our bodies, stopped just above Sybil as she stood holding her hand in front of her hands. Time has stopped. The small sparks and bits of concrete debris are all frozen in midair. I was at a loss for words. Alessa holds both her hands high up into the air as if she's supporting the falling wreckage, and her face twists in agony. Alessa and I gazed at each other for a moment. A tear travels down her precious cheek in a single line. Hurry and escape. Exerting the last of her willpower, Alessa stopped time to save Sybil and the baby in my arms. Alessa, understood, we won't let your volition go in vain. I make a sign to Sybil with my eyes and return my gaze forward. And then I begin to run with all my might. I do not look back. Why Alessa trusted the small life born from her at the end to me, I have no idea. But I have a feeling that I'm obligated to raise this child. Same. Behind me, an explosion occurs. I run. All I can do is continue to run. Without looking back, I move forward toward the ray of light that I have a faint glimpse of. The end! Oh boy. Very interesting. So I'm very curious to see though what they do with these other stories, because we have Sybil, and I mean we more or less know what happens with Sybil. Thank you for the GGs. But there's another character that I don't know if we ever meet in the game. So special thanks to the original Silent Hill staff. It makes sense. Oh, we can skip it. At least I hope I'm not like... Oh, this is what the collectible card game, or trading card game is. So, I guess our choices give us different trading cards. So that's the whole idea, is you go through the game, you get various trading cards. Hey! Hey, I am Space Shark. This notification will happen immediately. Oh, there it is. Hey, I'm Space Shark. Thank you so much for the raid. It's a shark attack, a shark attack. What's up, Space Shark? How you doing? I have two mice cursors here I have to manage. I am Space Shark. Ah, Shido's way ahead of me. I am Space Shark is a true hero of time. They've been saving the timeline of the Control universe. Ooh. I've been very curious about that game for a little bit now. And one of these days, I'll get off my butt and I'll start playing a bunch of games from, is it Remedy Entertainment? How's it going, Raiders? Welcome on in. If you've never been here before, we do chrono streams, which means we play through entire franchises in chronological order. And that's exactly what we're doing with Silent Hill today and every Monday. And we do that with Zelda on Saturdays. Nah, you beat me to it, Cheeto. Beat me to the punch. So, we actually just beat the main story. But actually, I kind of want to look at the trading card game. I didn't expect this to be a thing. Split head. So I wonder if some of these could have just been totally avoided depending on some of our dialogue choices, or not dialogue choices, but just so in the game, this is a Game Boy Advanced visual novel retelling of the first Silent Hill game, and it's I guess I should go back to the full screen. It's very very interesting. I saw some end credits, but I still wanted to stop by and say hello. No, hey, I super appreciate it. How did your stream go? So wait, can I? What happens if I choose this? Oh gosh, I don't know what this says. I wonder if this is like... Ah, okay, okay. So yeah, now we can do Civil Story. It's pretty fun. Control is definitely an interesting game. I've been so intrigued by that game for a while now. My one friend is a total Remedy Games fanatic. So I've been meaning to get off my butt and check out at least some of their newer entries. But it looks fun. It looks really weird. Every time I look at it, though, I'm like, I have no idea what I'm watching. It's just floaty people and lots of interesting stuff. But the art is beautiful. All right, so we're going to jump into Civil Story. Oh, and by the way, I'm not actually translating this on the fly. I have a separate computer that has the English translations on it. It's a fan translation, so I don't know how accurate it is, but I'm hoping that it's good enough. If Shark can survive in space, he can go anywhere he wants. Isn't that the most dangerous thing? Definitely incredibly dangerous, but maybe that's a good thing. What if sharks are you know, the heroes of the universe? Definitely weirder than I thought it would be. You know what? I'll take that as a good thing. I feel like if it's weird, then it's probably very interesting. Those are some good emotes. I definitely can't deny that. Oops. There we go. Hello? Hello? The phone had suddenly gone dead. She tried to call back right away, however. The call would not go through. Perfect. I wonder what's going on. Her coworker, Sally, saw Sybil's flushed face and could not help but making a joke. It's because you're so hostile. I bet they don't want to talk to you anymore. Hostile? Perhaps after all I do always say what's on my mind. Saying this, Sybil smiled. The peaceful town of Brahms. The population is small, and perhaps for this reason there have not been an incident worth calling in an incident for several years. For the officers on the night shift, they gently pass time by staring at the newspaper clippings, or chatting with colleagues at other departments. It's where I call it for real. Night all. An awesome stream as always, Chris. Thanks for hanging out, Snake. I hope you have a good rest of your night. Get some good rest, bud. We're chatting with colleagues at other departments. Even now, nothing notable appearing in local news. Sybil's just having meaningless conversations about this and with a friend in Silent Hill Police Department. And then suddenly the line had gone dead. And they had not called back. The call won't go through. Maybe this is happening because someone is trying to tell you not to waste all your time chatting? Wow, rude. Imagining you're doing the translations on the moment. I mean, like, I like to imagine that I could too. How about settling down and taking your feet off the desk? Sybil does not care for Sally's big sister-like attitude. Ah, Sybil's so cool here. Sybil calls the Silent Hill police station one more time. Odd, Sybil thought. It seems as if this might be the result of telephone lines having been severed or something. Sybil leaps from her chair, causing it to spin, reaches for the helmet on top of a locker, and with it in hand prepares to leave the room. Wait, just where do you think you're going at this hour? Sally has a look of, "You have to be kidding," on her face, and then she absent-mindedly allows the coffee cup she was still holding in her right hand to fall onto the floor. Ah, hot! You can take care of that yourself. Sybil mumbles this in her head, and the next moment ran out of the room. That's a good way to exit. Sybil straddles the motorcycle in the garage, inserts the key, and revs the engine. The sound of the exhaust resonates in the small space. She pulls onto the road, increases her speed as she bathed from head to toe in an uncomfortably warm wind. Starlight falls upon her from a clear, starlit sky. It doesn't look like the weather could have caused the problem with the phone lines. Sybil tightly holds onto the handlebars and continues increasing her speed. At this hour, there should not be any other cars heading to Silent Hill. The road has been in front and behind only by street lamps since she reached the mountain road, and there's no sign of anyone in the area. However, after a while, she was able to see taillights of a vehicle swaying far off the darkness in front of her. There's a cliff on the side of the road. Whether they realize that or not, a vehicle is heading toward the same destination as Sybil at high speed. Normally I would pull this guy over, Sybil mutters this, increases her speed, and catches up to the four-wheel drive Jeep in no time. As she passes it, Sybil glances inside the Jeep for a moment, quickly smiles, and then blasts in front of it. The Jeep quickly becomes smaller and smaller on the side of the mirrors of her motorcycle. And then, she started to notice that she could not keep her eyes focused. Sleepiness? No, I've been on the night shift for a while, and this should have gotten plenty of sleep this afternoon. Her body becomes one with the motorcycle, and it slices through the darkness. Maybe it was foolish of me to wear short sleeves. Although it was rather warm when Sybil left the station, now her skin feels so cold that it is like cold is cutting into her. Her eyelids are heavy. Her mouth has become dry. What's wrong with me? She lightly shakes her head left and right. Against her will, her right hand turns the grip that will cause her to accelerate. Needle is buried and madly shakes back and forth. Sybil then stared straight forward. Ah, but it was already too late. In the middle of the road, a girl stood with her arms raised to shield her from the light. Sybil slammed on the brakes. The last thing she saw, she was rapidly approaching the rock on the side of the road. Hitta? Hitta? Oh, it's an onomatopoeia for feeling the cold? Interesting. Something cold is touching Sybil's cheek. Sybil slowly opens her eyes. Where am I? She's not yet able to stand up. She does not seem hurt, however, her body will not do as she commands. Nevertheless, she is fully conscious. Large snowflakes fall all over her body. She is lying face down in the middle of a wide street. I wonder just how long I've been like this. After waiting for the nerves throughout her body to return to normal, Sybil lumbered to her feet. Her body was sluggish, like when she wakes up and was unable to think straight. Silent Hill. That is what is written on the sign of the sidewalk. In addition to the out-of-season snow, this area is enveloped in a thick fog, which generally makes her destination look differently than it normally would. The motorcycle that she came here on was also nowhere to be found. With nothing else to do, she decided to rest in the cafe facing the street. The inside of the cafe was dead silent. She does not see any customers or employees. This destroys her hopes of getting something warm to drink, so she lets out a sigh. First, I must get in contact with the other officers back in Brahms. Sybil picks up the receiver from the phone in the corner of the counter, but not a single sound can be heard from the speaker. It seems like somehow the heavy snowfall, which could be called abnormal weather, has damaged the communication systems. There is no doubt that this is the reason why the call got cut off from the Brahms station. Sybil looks around the inside of the cafe. Ah, she gasps without thinking about it. She can see a man lying down on the long bench seats lined up along the windows. A customer? No, this place isn't open. She moves near him and looks down at his sleeping face. His face is twisting in agony as if having a frightened dream. Sybil hesitates. Wait for the man to wake up or wake the man up? I mean, let's wait for the man to wake up. No need to rush it. Boy needs his sleep, unless he becomes murderous in his sleep. Sybil was relieved to know that she was not the only person in town. She sat down at the counter and waited for the man to awaken. After a bit, Sybil thought the man's breathing had become troubled. As she thought this, he forcefully sat up. Sure did. Sybil moved over to the man. She was able to look down at him and then folded her arms. She was relieved. That was how she honestly felt. Looks like you've come around. Who are you? The man asked this while heavily shaking his head. Oh, that was Harry that said that. I'm Sybil. Sybil Bennett. All communication with this town suddenly went dead. This worried me, so I came here to investigate. I'm Harry Mason. I brought my daughter to this town for sightseeing, but on the way here there was an accident and I lost consciousness. Oh, yeah, Sybil, you haven't seen a little girl in this town, have you? For a moment, Sybil could not hide her astonishment, but then because of her profession, she quickly feigned a more resolute attitude. A little girl? No, I haven't seen her. When I came to after the accident, my daughter was nowhere to be seen. The passenger door was open and she was gone. Cheryl, sorry, my daughter's name is Cheryl. She was a timid child, so it's hard to imagine that she headed into this weird town alone. Plus, I was there in the driver's seat. And since she gave me no warning, that just doesn't make any sense. Are you familiar with this area? Is there no sign of anyone in what's going on in the snow at this time of the year? Just what in the world happened to this town? Harry spoke without sighing. Afraid I don't know either. I still haven't seen anyone other than you. It's like the town is as silent as a graveyard, left without even the means to contact even any neighboring towns. This is an interesting intro to Silent Hill. Yeah, right? Yeah, have you never seen or played Silent Hill? It's weird. This game actually follows the narrative beats of Silent Hill pretty genuinely, but we're going down the simple path which we've never had the option to in the original game, so this might get totally weird. So, you also had an accident. I thought it was a good idea to head to the police station in this town alone on my motorcycle, but I guess I was going a little too fast. A girl suddenly jumped out onto the road. I'm pretty sure it was a girl. I almost hit her. I cut the handlebars hard in order to avoid her. After that, I can barely remember anything. When I came to, I was lying in the street in front of this cafe. So, naturally, I came here to get out of the snow. And when I found you sleeping there, I was having some kind of terrible dream. As for if I made it here on my own, I don't remember at all. Just what in the world happened to this town? What is going on with everything? Well, the situation is definitely strange. I will head back to Brahms for reinforcements and then return here. How about you? Sybil stood and fixed her collar with a resolute fortitude. I've got to look for Cheryl. There's no way I can just leave her here all alone. I see. Well, I'll give you this then. You never know what might happen in these circumstances. If you feel threatened, then pull the trigger without hesitating. She gives the handgun loaded with live ammunition. But you will be all right? Harry asks worriedly. I'm not like the average girls around here. I've undergone proper training. Sybil places her hand on the exit door, then she turns and faced Harry again. Harry. Don't go shooting me by mistake or anything. I haven't had any training on how to stop bullets. She smiled after saying this and opened the door of the cafe and then headed out into the thick fog. Never been able to play Silent Hill games with Nintendo Kid growing up. That's the same for me too. This has been my first time going through any of the Silent Hill games. So it's all been a very interesting first time experience for me. Sybil looks back and sees that the cafe has disappeared into the fog. Having lost her motorcycle, Sybil can only wander about on foot and alone in the eerie town. It's too quiet. There's no sense of anyone at all. I would like to hail a taxi or something, but there's not a single car running. At some point, Sybil had begun to run. Above all, she must get out of Silent Hill. However, after running for a bit, Sybil's hopes were crushed. All the roads now leading out of the town were cut off, and it was as if the entire town was floating in the air. There was no way for anyone to enter the town. Sybil sighs deeply, then decides to try going back the way she came. After running for a bit, she comes to another steep valley like before. It's wide and impedes her passage, and then she became sure that it was not possible to escape from this place. Sybil felt like a bird in a cage as she walked apathetically and aimlessly through the falling snow. It was not long before a black wriggling object appeared in her field of vision. Oh. What is that? From off in the fog, a four-legged thing moved at a slow pace as it gradually closed the distance between it and her. And then as soon as it detected Sybil, it began furiously running toward her, scattering the fog as it moved. The monster attacked Sybil or just ran away? Wait, I get to choose? I mean, if we're being realistic here, well, okay, but what if it's a dog that isn't evil? Oh, I'm so curious. Hey! Thank you so much for the follow, Mask Hugo. Glad you've been having a good time. I mean, like, the smart person would say it just ran away so that she doesn't get hit. But I'm also not convinced that we can die in this game. Let's say it attacks her. Kya! Sybil just manages to duck in time as the fierce monster passes over her head. It continues forward just a bit and then turns around. It's clear that it's coming after Sybil. Sybil places her hand on her belt to draw a handgun. She utters, "Oh!" She had just given her handgun to Harry not long ago. Oh, God. She went pale. Sybil forcefully stands up and begins to run with all her strength. The sound of the monster's footsteps and its panting close in on her as it persistently chases her from behind. She stomps on the pavement as it moves forward. In the corner of her eye, Sybil sees buildings appear out of and disappear into the fog. At some point, she ends up losing her bearings and becomes unsure of her location. She then notices that she no longer senses the presence of the monster. All right. She stops and leans against the antique lamppost and then presses it on her chest. She waits as time between her continuous white breaths gradually increases and then begins walking again. Sybil calms herself down, is overcome with hopelessness. Nah, she calms herself. What? Of course we're gonna let her get back to her senses. Being unable to escape from Silent Hill, Sybil then worried about what she should do next. Since all the people have vanished, she cannot even talk to anyone about what is happening here. I should look for the police station. Even if the person I was talking to on the phone with isn't there, I might be able to get some other information there. She has visited this town many times. Following the thread of her memory, she begins to walk along the complicated intersecting streets. Just how long have I been walking? She saw the word police appear out of the fog. Her entire body was completely exhausted. Okay, I'm going to take a super short BRB. I got to go get some water. So I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Gotta get comfy though. All right, what's going on in this police station? I'm so happy that we get to explore. Oh, take a pat, Posh. But I'm so excited that we get to explore the police station, because I tried to do that in the original game and they wouldn't let me. She opens the glass door at the entrance and heads inside. Nice mustache, by the way. Why, thank you. Just re-waxed it a little bit. It's starting to get droopy. It's because it gets like stupid hot in this room, so everything just goes, it melts the like wax holding it up. As she does this, she sees that no one is here, which is just as she had expected. Streaming real long since like a week ago. Any news in the life? You mean like just longer streams? No, nothing too crazy. I mean, like, big change for me is that I'm looking to get a condo, but actually, if I do end up getting a condo, there might be like a short hiatus on some streams because I'll be moving, but that's about it. The lack of any sound is painful to her ears. It is often awful weird without any sound. Yeah, condo! I know, right? Isn't that exciting? Thank you, Pet Posh. After she walked around the reception area for a bit, she moved toward a room that the door had been left open for. The plate beside the door said, meeting room. Almost like the hospital's meeting room. Compared to the same room at the Brom station, this one was quite small. Yeah. She looked around the room. Ah. The phone is off the hook, or someone is here. They're really letting us, like, choose crazy things. Let's go with someone is here. I don't know, why not? Sybil senses someone. Somewhere in this small room. Underneath the lined-up tables, behind the folding chairs, Sybil cautiously checked all the places that someone could hide in, but does not appear anyone is here. The faded ceiling fan is blowing air down towards Sybil. That might have been what made her sure someone was here, or perhaps just made her imagine. She is uneasy. She wants to talk to someone, anyone. These feelings might be what Sybil think that someone... Oh, these feelings might be what made Sybil think that someone was here. What was that all about? Sybil left the police station. Sybil is once again in the city streets where the snow is falling. That's right. Sybil recalled her conversation with Harry. Oh yeah, Sybil, you haven't seen a little girl in this town, have you? A little girl? Yes, Cheryl. I wonder if you will be able to rescue her unharmed in this town which becomes a nest of monsters. But Sybil is a police officer. To find and protect Cheryl is her responsibility and her mission. Realizing this, Sybil could not sit still, and the next moment she was gone. There should be an elementary school on the edge of town. Sybil followed her intuition and decided that Cheryl is probably headed for the school after wandering around town. Per her training in child psychology, she has learned that if a child loses their parents or guardian, then chance is high that they will be drawn to places that they are most used to going. Places where there are a lot of people. However, ahead of all her knowledge, either a bit instinctively or due to a sense of similar that to a memory coming back, she believed that somewhere in her heart that Cheryl is probably at an elementary school. Oops, I fell a little bit far behind. Sybil may have been drawn here by someone. As she nears the elementary school, part of her shirt becomes soaked with clammy sweat. Is it really okay to go inside? She asks herself this many times. As she reached the edge of the school grounds, her conscientious sense of duty as a police officer rose up within her along with her sense of reason and began to walk naturally toward the school. It is now too late for her to turn back. She readies herself, and then using both her hands, she pushes the door in front of her open with her strength. Oh boy. The aged building reeked of a particular mildew. There we go. I can just leave that right there. However, its insides were much cleaner than she had expected, and Sybil found this a bit surprising. Perhaps it was just the result of her enduring the cold wind for so long, but she had a terrible headache. Sybil pressed her fingers to her temples and eventually began to walk aimlessly again. Sybil opened a door leading into a long hallway. She looked through the glass windows placed in the doors of the classrooms while slowly walking. There was no sign of Cheryl. The courtyard is to her right. The landscaping is very nice and has been well cared for. The snow has become sleet. It does not look like it will accumulate. In the back of the courtyard, there's an old-feeling clock tower. However, Sybil is not particularly interested in it. I wonder how Harry is doing. I wonder if the gun I gave him has come in handy. If I cannot meet with Harry after I find Cheryl, then it will be meaningless. We should have made plans to rendezvous somewhere. Sybil thought about this, but at this point nothing could be done. At any rate, there was her horrible headache. It was gradually getting worse, dulling her sense of time and space. A sluggishness similar to the sleepiness grasps her entire body. Perhaps I'm just dreaming all this, Sybil thought. It is difficult for a person to tell whether they are dreaming or whether while in a dream, but for her to accept these conditions is just as difficult. She has no memory of how she got to this town, so it seemed natural for her to think that she has been in a deep sleep since the moment of the motorcycle accident until now, or possibly even before then. From the time of the phone call with the Silent Hill police station, or maybe... While contemplating the many possibilities, Sybil climbed the stairs to the second floor of the school. And then she heard a melody being played on a piano. She heard a scream of a little girl. Ooh, we're going to go with the melody. Maybe it's Harry playing the piano like he did in the original game. Then she heard a melody being played on a piano from one of the classrooms. A nervous look ran across Sybil's face. At the same time, she felt relief. As if being drawn by the sound of the piano, Sybil cautiously moves toward the room that the music is coming from, while feeling along the wall with her hand, music room. That is what is written on the door. Beautiful melody is being played by someone in this room. Sybil places her hand on the door. And at that moment, the music suddenly stopped and the area was enveloped in silence. "Who's there?" She says this and opens the door. Inside the center of the room, a grand piano has been placed. The piano appears cramped within the cozy room. No one is sitting in front of the piano. Sybil approaches the piano. Its cover is open and the black and white on the keyboard stand out. Almost like smoke, the player of the piano appears to have vanished into thin air. Hey! Oh man! Today is the day of raids. Welcome on in, Lost and Found! Or Lost Then Found, not Lost and Found. How's it going, everybody? Welcome on in! How y'all doing tonight? Let me give you a little shout out. Boop boop boo doo doo. Lost Then Found. Lost Then Found is a true hero of time. They've been saving the timeline of Among Us. I should have known. That's what you were playing last time we were over there. I should have known. How'd it go? Were you... that's probably why Shido was saying that he was getting, how did he phrase it? tilted. He's getting tilted in that game. Welcome on in, everyone. How y'all doing tonight? How was Lost and Found? Or well, how was the stream? And then how was Among Us, the game that is exploding on Twitch right now? I was about to go raid your VC. Way to be, Shido. After I played Dead by Daylight for the past 6 hours. Ooh, boy. Oh, my God. It's a double raid. What is happening tonight? Rinlet, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, everyone. Oh, my goodness. Rinlet is a true hero of time. They've been saving the timeline of Among Us. Oh. Well, well, well. We got multiple people playing Among Us. Welcome on in, everybody. Did you find the guy that's killing everyone? That's what you do in that game, right? I should play Among Us. I feel like I'd have a lot of fun. Oh yeah, you like that shout out message? So, if you've never been here, for folks that have never been here before, we do chrono streams, which means we play through entire franchises from start to finish, every single game that they've made in chronological order. So that's exactly what we're doing with... Oh, hey! Brenda, thank you so much for the follow. So that's exactly what we're doing with this game. This is Silent Hill Play Novel. This is the second game of the Silent Hill franchise. It's a like visual novel, I guess. It's like based on the original game, but we get to go through other characters' like stories. So we get to see stuff that we never could have seen before. Ah, Silent Hill fan. I've never played any Silent Hill games ever before. Like before doing the Chrono stream. So all of this is totally new to me. And I definitely got spooked. I got anxiety at least over the first game because boy howdy do they love that sound design. It's excellent. They're so good at just making me panic constantly. But I watched my roommates play most of them. Ah, okay. I mean, that still counts. That's how I get most of my game playing in, is by watching other people at this point. Just hang out on Twitch all the time. I'm going to try to play PT. I got to find a copy of it somehow because you can't get it anymore. So I'm either going to find a fan remake of it or, I don't know, borrow someone's PS4 that has it installed on it, because that's like the only way. Otherwise, I could spend $1,000 on eBay to get a PS4 with it already installed. And let me tell you, I don't make that kind of money. Like this morning I went to go see a streamer, and the time he got 4 raids, making him go to 230 raiders or viewers. Well, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. That is a pretty fun coincidence. Hey man, I mean, I'm just welcoming everyone. I hope you have a good time. I can't wait till Silent Hill 3. Oh, I'm stoked for it. It's gonna be good. Okay, where was I? Oh, I should get... I'm running 2 computers. So, I promise, I'm not actually translating this Japanese this rapidly. I have, on a separate computer, I have a English translated version running, but it auto solves all the puzzles, so I'm just kind of not making that the main showcase. We're playing the legit stuff. Strange, Sybil mutters. Behind the curtains under the piano, Sybil looked in all places of the room that the person could hide. There is only one entrance to this room. There's another way to this room other than by using the door that Sybil came through. Did they just jump out the window? No, this is the second floor. Falling from here would result in more than just an injury. Having become a little spooked, she turned to leave the room. In the next instant, Sybil's heart nearly stopped. Well, that's Cheryl. At the entrance of the music room, a white-faced girl was sitting still, just looking at Sybil. She appeared to be afraid of something. Her wide eyes are filled with tears that looked like jewels. Cheryl? Are you Cheryl? Sybil regained composure and approached the little girl. She kneeled and softly placed her hands on the girl's shoulders, and the girl nodded. My name is Sybil. Your daddy is looking for you. If we don't hurry back to him, your daddy's braving danger and running around this town. Have you seen that ferocious-looking monster? Sybil thought of the monster that she had seen in the town as she spoke. Cheryl. Shakes her head no, shakes her head yes. Shakes her head yes, is what I'm thinking. Yeah. You mean the one that looks like a dog? I have seen it. But he was not ferocious. He won't attack anyone or anything like that. Sybil spoke with surprise. It attacked me, and I had given my handgun to your daddy. I thought I was going to die. But he was nice to me. He listens to what I say. Sybil was half shocked and sighed. Well, okay. It would be terrible if you got hurt. I will protect you. Let's go to your daddy. It is my duty to take you to him. Saying this, Sybil takes Cheryl's hand in hers, and they leave the music room. Interesting. By chance, the two of them happen to look out at a window. That's... From where they are, the visible courtyard has become completely enveloped in darkness. For it to become night so soon, for a moment, Sybil cannot believe her eyes, but then she was only able to worry about whether she could meet Harry. The two of them walk down the pitch-black hallway. Because of the difference in their strides, their footsteps overlap as they echo. At the moment they approached the entrance to the school grounds, Cheryl spoke directly for the first time. I don't want to leave here. I don't want to see my daddy. If we meet, there will be sadness. You should go back, ma'am. Sybil stopped walking and spoke, just staring at Cheryl. It's your daddy. There's no reason it would be sad for you to see him. If you stay here, you might get hurt, or worse. Things would be truly sad. Saying that, Sybil begins walking again. After a bit, she stops and adds, It's miss, not ma'am, and the two of them left the school. Oh boy, I fell behind, I guess. What time is it now? Sybil curses the fact that she forgot her watch at the Brom station. It's probably late at night. She no longer feels the headache or sleepiness from just before. Holding Cheryl's cold hand, Sybil focuses her mind on locating Harry. She figured that Harry was no longer in the cafe, but wonders if maybe he left a memo or something there for her. Compared to Harry, Sybil should know the geography of Silent Hill better because of her profession. However, because of the darkness and thick fog that limit her field of vision, she's in a situation in which it's difficult to know even her current position. She had encountered a strange monster on her way to the school, so now she did not have much confidence in being able to find her way back to the cafe. The sky began to light while Sybil walked and contemplated the route to the cafe. This made her think that perhaps time is rapidly passing in this town alone. Although the fog was persistent as ever to decrease visibility, she could see a lot better now. Until she can't. And then before she knew it, the cafe was right in front of her. Something isn't right. Sybil feels a sense of discord within her. However, her feet continued on as if guided by a strong power to the inside of the cafe. Sybil led Cheryl through the entrance of the cafe. Inside of the cafe had been ravaged. The glass windows facing the street were broken and several tables were knocked on their sides, so Sybil could not move any further in. Oh my god. I wonder if Harry's all right. The red pool of liquid reflects vividly in Sybil's eyes. She prayed that it was not Harry's blood. Harry, it's me. It's Sybil. I found Cheryl. If you are here, then please come out. There's no answer. Sybil began to step forward, but gasped with a, huh? Just, what is this? The corpse of a brown-colored monster that Sybil had never seen before lies in the center of the pool of red liquid. Several shells were scattered about, which meant that Harry probably had a battle here. Since Harry was no longer here, she guessed that he had defeated the monster, then left to search for Cheryl. Is he hurt? Sybil began to search the area, or cautiously moved toward the monster. I mean, I'm gonna search the area. I feel like that's probably what smart people do, right? Surely it's already dead. Thinking that perhaps there was a memo, Sybil began began her search with the counter. However, it did not appear that anything was there. Maybe Harry left here in a hurry after being attacked by that monster. Sybil looked at Cheryl. With the bloody scene in front of her, Cheryl was surprisingly calm. From time to time, she looked at the window as if she were concerned about something. Well, your daddy's not here. Let's look somewhere else. Sybil took Cheryl's hand, and without a word, they rushed out into the snowy street once again. A church bell is ringing. The bell rings forcefully, almost as if it had been waiting for them to leave the cafe. There are still other people here. Sybil's eyes glittered. That might be Harry's way of telling me where he is. Even if it's not Harry, there is someone still here in town. She would like to meet them and hear what they have to say. Sybil's feet naturally pointed toward the church. Expecting to find a clue to escaping and reuniting with Harry, she tightly gripped Cheryl's hand and began to run. Once they arrived at the church, the ringing stopped and the large door at the entrance began to open from the side. Sybil then thought that perhaps someone had been watching her movements all this time. She looked up at the top of the church and then began to look around nervously until a voice saying, "This way," brought her back to her senses. Okay, that happened literally right before this scene. I thought that the sound effects of the bell might have stopped. Sybil faced the eerie woman from a distance. The woman once more called out to Sybil, "This way." Sybil mysteriously moved toward the woman. Were you the one ringing the bell? Coo coo coo. It's a chuckle. Coo 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 coo. The woman's face suddenly twisted as she began laughing loudly. She saw Sybil's perplexed expression, but thought nothing of it and just waved her hand left and right in front of Sybil's face. "I have been waiting for you. You have come just as I expected." Sybil cocked her head to the side. "Do you live here?" Oh no, that was Sybil. "Do you live here?" The woman nodded and then looked at Cheryl. "You have done well to come here." "You know, don't you, that it was my doing that caused? You were hesitant to come alone, weren't you? But in the end, I was able to meet you. It was all thanks to that woman." I don't understand what you're talking about. Sybil's words may or may not have reached her, but that woman began to laugh loudly again. "Hey, tell me, why are there no people here? Why are all the exits of the town blocked? I do not know. I do not know either. But shouldn't you be asking that girl instead?" Sybil had a look of what on her face. She looked at Cheryl. Cheryl's face was tearful and shook her head back and forth. Sybil looked back at the woman and shouted at her, "Stop all this nonsense. We have been pursued by monsters and nearly killed. If it was not protecting this child, then who knows what would have happened to her by now. The path of the wise men, the fool guided
to this land through astrology. Everything has been preordained. There is nothing I can do. You are not holding that child's hand. That child is holding yours.
Her anger showing, Sybil went to open her mouth, but at the moment the woman blocked her.
I am Dahlia Gillespie.
And with that in hand,
I wonder where you will end up going. You have nothing for you and nothing to tell you. You must escape from the demon's grasp as soon as possible. You must find the means to do so for your own sake. There's nothing I can do now. I will pray for your safety. Sybil Bennett.
Sybil, shocked to be called by her name. She watched as Dahlia quickly departed and was unable to speak.
Ooh.
After Dahlia disappeared behind a door, Sybil regained herself. She tightly held Cheryl's hand and left the church. Oh, I thought she would have stolen Cheryl there. Right after they left the church, Cheryl began to speak. Hey, miss? I'm fine by myself now. This is not my first time coming here. I have met that lady we saw before. Sybil stops in surprise. What do you mean? I have a place I want to go, but I can only go alone. If you are with me, I won't be able to go, and then something terrible is sure to happen. Something terrible? Why? Your daddy is looking for you. Until I get you back to your daddy, I can't leave your side. You're wrong. My daddy must not find me. Someone is waiting for me. In order to meet that person, Sybil let out a short sigh. So she snaps and scolds Cheryl, or kindly admonishes Cheryl. Well, I know better than to make Cheryl dislike us. So I'm gonna go with B. Hey, wait. Come on, Cheryl. Sybil made an effort to calmly end Cheryl speaking. You must have had a bad dream or something. B it is. But something more frightening actually is occurring in this town. Come on, please take my hand. Cheryl placed her small hand in Sybil's palm. I will protect you no matter what. So you're safe, okay? One more, Sybil began to walk down the foggy street with Cheryl in tow. At first, Cheryl resisted holding Sybil's hand as hard as she could, but once she realized this was futile, she reluctantly followed along behind Sybil while wiping away her tears. Cheryl muttered something so that it could not be heard. Let's go, or goodbye? Heading to bed? Good night, Cheeto. Thanks for hanging out, bud. I hope you have a get some good rest, have some good dreams, and I'm sure I'll be chatting with you tomorrow at some point. Wow, why would she mutter, let's go, under her breath? We always do. Night, Shiro. All right, let's say goodbye. I don't know why, but I'm very curious. Oops. Sybil and Cheryl wandered the town, literally with no destination. Their cheeks were numb, so they no longer even felt the cold pelting of the snow. From time to time, Sybil would look back to check on Cheryl. The girl just followed Sybil with her head down. Are you hungry? She asked this because she thought Cheryl might be sulking, but Cheryl just muttered, I'm fine. After walking for a bit, the girl suddenly stopped. I'm tired. Sybil's strength had begun to fade, so she thought that this could be the case with Cheryl as well. I must not compare my body with Cheryl's small one. Two of them sat down on a bench on the sidewalk. Aw, that's cute. Thanks to the nearby tree towering above the bench, the snow could no longer fall directly on them. As soon as Cheryl sat down on the bench, she fell asleep. She probably is very tired from all the uncertainty and stress. Sybil held the girl's body close so that she would not freeze, or began to look for a safe building to rest in. No, I'm not leaving Cheryl's side. I have one job. Officer Sybil. We're gonna hold the girl's body. She holds the girl's shoulders close, and while stroking her head, Sybil is struck with the feeling that the warmth is being absorbed out of her. Sudden sleepiness. Dang it. She got me. Even though we're out of the snow, at this rate, we will freeze to death. If a human's body temperature drops below 98.6 degrees, then they will fall into a dangerous state. Even the ambient temperature does not drop below freezing, a human can still freeze to death. Sybil recalled a lecture that she had attended long ago. However, even though she knew this, Sybil's body was gradually refusing her will, becoming one with the hardwood of the bench and getting heavier. Cheryl is awake. Even though her eyes are closed, from the expression on her face, it looks like she's staring at me. Like sinking into the bottom of the ocean. Sybil's consciousness grows distant. Well then, my body feels weird. My body feels weird. My body feels weird. My body feels weird. Something, I don't know what, but something evil is here. Somewhere inside me. Beginning to make a nest. One cell at a time. Beginning to consume me. And yet, it doesn't hurt. My body's on fire. My body's on fire. My eyes feel like they're going to melt. My eyes hurt. My eyes are on fire. Laughing. Coming from my stomach. A slightly dirty doll. Where are my parents? Have they already escaped? Since when? Why here? A wheelchair. Something, I don't know what, but something evil is here. Somewhere inside me. Beginning to make a nest. One cell at a time. Beginning to consume me. And yet, it doesn't hurt. My body's on fire. My body is on fire. It feels like the fire is going to shoot from my eyes. My eyes hurt. My eyes are on fire. Okay. Laughing. Ha ha. Coming from my stomach. A slightly dirty doll. Where are my parents? Have they already escaped? Since when? Why here? I am sitting in a wheelchair. A roar? The dark sky. Something is spinning. He has come to me. That man's name is. He said it was Harry. Definitely Harry is what he said it was. My hand is on my hip. Hard, cold. Ah. I tried taking it out. Is this how I hold it? Shoot. Please shoot. The man in front of you. If I destroy him. It was a merry-go-round. If I thought that many eyes were watching, if I pull the trigger, something seems to have torn the man's flesh. Wait, please wait. I must not shoot that man. In this world, he is my only friend. Kill me. I can no longer control myself. My body is acting on its own. Kill him. Kill. You must kill him. Something small has passed through me. It doesn't hurt. It hurts. My clothes are soaked. I will die. Protect the girl. I fall to the ground. I bounce once again and cannot move. Is this my body? Why? I cannot control it. Some small creature. It got inside me at some time. It bites through my belly and leaves me. In my fading consciousness, I can see Harry shaking me. Harry has stopped moving. He looks at me and weeps. He then begins to move towards something off in the distance that looks like a dimly shining girl. I'm okay. I can still move. The thing that came out of me is heading for the next target, and I know who that will be. Man, so we just jumped way ahead. Like, there wasn't even the lighthouse stuff, but maybe they just were like, you already know this player, you already did the Harry stuff. If I cannot let Harry know this, then something horrible will happen, but I cannot speak. It is because a bullet went through my side of my lung, or the side of my lung, so I cannot put any power into my voice. Harry has begun to run. I'm not yet dead, but he thinks that I am. Even if I must crawl, I must move on. Cheryl's in danger. I must get there first. Harry will get there soon enough. But I must get there before then, and I must stop him. Sybil somehow manages to stand up, but staggers and falls back down onto the floor. However, she decides to summon the last of her strength in order to save the girl that was moving with for a bit, Cheryl. She stands up again, and her entire body is beset with severe pain, but Sybil does not fall down. She presses her left hand to her chest and begins to walk with great effort. She follows the trail of the creature that came out of her and escapes from the amusement park through the open door of the grudge dump. A long staircase to the basement. Just where does it lead to? She rests her hand on the wall and from time to time squats down where she's standing. As she continues forward via her strong will, eventually a long corridor appears in front of her. The passage spreads out like a blood vessel of the town's underground. Who could have made this? Am I being led somewhere? It's too late. My legs are unsteady and the color is disappearing from my view. A monochrome underground passage, and from time to time a storm of mixed noise. A warm breeze ruffles Sybil's blonde hair. Somewhere far off, at the end of this passage, something is burning. It's dangerous. However, it's because it's dangerous that Sybil must all the more face it. The girl is being held prisoner. Up until this point, Sybil didn't notice a single signal from the girl that she was with, and for this reason she was angry with herself. When did this turn into that small, or when did I run into that small monster? At the school? At the cafe? Or the bench? I tried to kill Harry. What of the unseen force that tried to make me stop him? Maybe she was possessed on the boat. Like, maybe every other interaction Harry had with her, she was actually, like, possessed by the parasite. That would be interesting. An explosion. Light flashes from the front. At the same time, her cheeks become covered in heat. It's close. Not far now. Something is happening. The door at the end of the passage is slightly open. If I can get in there. Sybil thinks. I can still make it in time. I've got to hurry. Wait, I should go in there. Oh, wait, should I go in there? And things will happen as they will. I mean, I think we gotta get in there, right? Let's choose option A. I can still make it in time. Someone is here. I sense them. I've made it here. I can still make it in time. Sybil collapses. With just only a bit further to go, Sybil realizes that she's not breathing. The oxygen is. Instead, her skin is burned to ash by the flames. Sybil crawls as she continues to crawl, and she finally reaches the door. A man is in the center of the room. An unfamiliar girl is passing something to Harry. The scene fills Sybil's eyes. Harry holds something dearly at his chest. It is a baby. Harry holds it as if it's his own. Or maybe he is thinking of it as Cheryl's. He smiles a bit. It's a mistake. Perhaps Sybil was the only one to realize this. He must not accept that baby. It will go on forever. With the spinning of the world in time, the baby represents the beginning. It is a devil. Look into its eyes and you can tell. Look closely into its eyes. Harry, the baby's eyes are... Sybil was unable to convey this to him. She could not even move, much less speak. The nightmare will begin again. The nightmare cannot be stopped, even when it is knowing Sybil is headed to her death. Her vitality is rapidly fading. The world is ending. Looking at it subjectively, the act of one's body dying is the same as the world dying. When their 5 senses no longer provide information, humans know the end of the world. The world is within the self, and also part of the self. However, when Sybil lost consciousness for the last time, she knew a completely different truth than what she was expecting. Well then, boy, it turned out that snuggling up next to Cheryl was a recipe for death. The thing is, though, this is maybe the canon ending. Boy, oh boy. So I think, though, this is probably... My guess is that this is the bad ending. Is my hunch. But I don't actually know. Yeah, we got the Sybil card. Very nice. Okay, so my question is... Will we have... So I think there's supposed to be a third story. But I wonder if we have to get all the good endings with Sybil. But I'll do a little bit of research. So we may do a little bit more of this next week. Or we'll just jump straight to Silent Hill 2. But it's pretty darn late, so instead of starting the story all over again, I think this is probably a good point to call the stream for the night. So thank you so much for hanging out, folks. I really hope you all had a good time. And, boy, this game was so fascinating. Oops. Thank you for the GGs, everyone. So let's go see. Who's still online that we can go throw a raid over to? You know, not a ton. Maybe I'll go through... We got so many raids from so many nice people today, so maybe we'll go share the love with someone new. I've actually been really enjoying doing that lately. Well, we could go. All right, you know what? This seems pretty fantastic. From one Kojima game to the next, let's go raid this guy streaming Snatcher blind. Snatcher looks amazing, by the way. I've never played it. Oh, shoot, that's right. Pat Bosh. Yeah, you redeemed the raid. Pat Bosh, who you want us to go raid? Shengi99. You got it, buddy. Sorry, I totally forgot. All right. We are going over to Shengi, who is just chatting. Oh. Well, I've never been over there. Hope they are fun. I trust Pat Posh's taste in Twitch personalities. But yeah, we'll be back. Let's see, what's today? Monday, so we're back tomorrow with more Final Fantasy VI. And then Saturday back with more Hyrule Warriors. And then on Monday we'll be back with more Silent Hill. Would have been like, well... I mean, I would have minimally at least refunded you your points, Pat Bosh. But thanks for hanging out, everyone. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.